Hello, everyone. Let me know if the sound is working, but hopefully we're having a good Saturday here, or if it's Sunday or Friday where you are, depending on where in the universe you are. Hey, Kodak, welcome, welcome. That is a tall, tall cat. Excellent. You can see and hear me. Hello, hello. Excellent. I'm always happy when that works. Special thanks, I should start with, to all of our patrons who were listed before and will be listed again during the break stream, etc. We greatly appreciate your help. We already are seeing the benefits of the fact that wow, brain. We're already seeing the benefits because the first thing we got is we got a less earthquakey camera than the previous one, or more technically, we got a camera stand. Uh, and so as a result, now hopefully, even when I emote and move around, hopefully this will be less earthquakey. Although there have already been multiple requests to bring back earthquakey Zeta, so who knows? Maybe there will be more earthquakey things later. Hair is fine. Ooh, excellent. I didn't even ask about that one. That one so rarely works. So yeah, we have a fancy camera stand that holds things. Uh, so I think that is likely to help improve that. Anyway, if you would like to become a patron, for as little as $1 a month, you can help support the stream. It is at patreon.com/zetamath, and we really do appreciate it. In terms of lower commitment things you can do, you can also just like the stream. That is always appreciated. So there's a little like button somewhere near where you're looking, and if you click that, that will make the life good. That was a sentence. Sure, why not? Also, in terms of things to plug, I just last night posted, or Tristan posted more accurately, the video that I've been talking about for forever of my puzzles of the year from 2021. So just 12 puzzles that I really loved from 12 different setters that I think were great. Hey, Jovial, welcome. Welcome, Kodak and JoWo and everyone. So I recommend you check that out. And also, if you are looking to do puzzles, there are a bunch of great puzzles in there, including some that have not even made it to the point of being rated on LMD, but that I think are among the very, very best puzzles. Oh, what would I do without Tristan? I would not stream or make videos. That is the simple answer to what I would do without Tristan. Uh, so but Riff Clown, there's only one puzzle per setter, and I liked Two is Wild better, or Deuces Wild better by Andrew Sarkis. But if Deuces Wild had not come out right at the end of the year, there's a very good chance that the Andrew Sarkis slot would have been Strange Loop, which was a very memorable puzzle among many other things. Speaking of memorable puzzles, I've been promising for a long time that I would record with Tristan a solve of the puzzle Dynamic Duos by Naverio, and Tristan and I did do that. So you can look forward to coming in the near future a co-op solve of Tristan and I solving Dynamic Duos, which is a famous puzzle that you should definitely, if you've not looked at it, you should definitely give it a look. It is quite a zany puzzle, even by my standards, I would say, but it was quite good. And if you keep watching, you can look forward to eventually having a co-op solved by Tristan and I that is not a disaster. But I will spoil slightly that this is not that one. Yes, it is a very cool puzzle. All right. So continuing with our theme of starting with variations of Wordle, as long as there's a cute variation of Wordle, I'm going to keep starting streams with a short variation of Wordle. So this is Evil Wordle. Link is pinned in the chat. Or maybe it's not pinned, but I put it in the chat. And so this is exactly like regular Wordle, where you're going to guess a 5-letter word. So you could guess, for example, the word octal is popular as a starting word. And it will tell you, exactly like regular Wordle, how many of the letters are right and how many of the letters are in the right place. And so you can see, for example, here, we got no letters right and none of them were in the right place. So we could try siren next. These are the official Simon words to start with in some order. And so we see that the word we're looking for has an E and an S in it, but the S isn't at the beginning and the E isn't in the fourth spot. And it has no I, R, N, L, A, T, C, or O. And so you might, at first, of course, think, wow, that was really unlucky because these are the 10 most frequent letters in the English language, and we've only managed to hit 2 of them. But in fact, the way Evil Wordle works is that it deliberately changes the word to make it so that you're as far away as possible from guessing what the word is. So it won't ever like change the word to something with an O, but it will dynamically attempt to figure out what the worst word could be for your guesses. And so you will eventually get it. It's not cheating or anything, but it basically just sort of puts you in the worst of all possible universes. So I'm also hearing about Absurdle. I do not know what Absurdle is, but I should I should look up Absurdle at some point. Maybe that will be next stream's Wordle-like opening. Okay, so oh, is this exactly what Absurdle is? It's possible. I do not know what Absurdle is. So let's see. How many what word can we think of that uses E and S and not in those places, and also uses letters we have not used yet? So we could do something like I will eventually think of a word. Somehow I've gotten way worse. Chess. We will try chess. That is a great word to pick. And so you can see that with chess, we have managed to correctly guess 2 of the letters. So the word we're looking for indeed has... it only has 1 S, we learn, and it has an S at the end and an E third. So that is a good guess. We've gotten 2 more letters, or guess in the sense that it got us somewhere. Although my experience is actually that what Evil Wordle does that's actually super evil is it will give you letters, but then it will lock letters in place in such a way that there's still like 40 different ways that things could get filled in. So we don't know if there's 2 E's or not yet. So let's try weeds, which I see from Apple Tree. And so there is a double E. We now know. So let's see. I saw that works well with Tallcat's suggestion of Jeeps. Okay, so it is not Jeeps, but it does end in EEPS. So let's see. We could try beeps. Beeps seems to be good. And we already know that this is going to be terrible because people in chat have guessed a whole bunch of different words. And so you can see this is the dynamic. Oh, I won with keeps. Didn't we think of another word? It must be that none of those other things are words. Like, I would have sworn peeps was a... Oh, there's no D. Okay. That's why. Okay, we knew there wasn't a D. Okay, but we got there. So actually, I'm going to consider... it can't be weeps because weeds was no letters right. So actually, 7 guesses is pretty good for Evil Wordle, all things considered. So I'm pretty happy with that. It's still 1 word worse than it would be for wow, brain today. It's still 1 word worse than you would pass with regular Wordle, but again, you can sort of see the game it plays, and I think it's really interesting. Yeah, I think one of the ones I did early, I think took 20 guesses, which is not quite as bad as my performance at La Turtle, which we did last stream, but we will consider that, a success. Okay. So to start today's stream, we're going to start with a Schrodinger puzzle by Memeristor. I am always very pro Schrodinger puzzles lately. So my last two puzzles I've posted have both been Schrodinger puzzles. So I posted Arsha, which has appeared on Logic Masters Germany. I recently also posted Kodama, which you can see a link to in our Discord, and I'll be posting it on Logic Masters Germany later, although I'm trying not to post too many puzzles on Logic Masters Germany in too close a succession, but it will be there soon. But if you're really eager to jump straight into my German Whispers Schrodinger puzzle, then you could do that. And yes, it came out of the bucket right away. So people often asked, and I'll go ahead and answer this. How does me picking puzzles work? Basically, I have a giant list of puzzles. I have a giant list of puzzles that I sort of pull from, and I sometimes pull by theme or whatever, or just what I feel like doing. You're welcome to recommend puzzles if you want. They might or might not make it on the list, and things on the list might or might not eventually make it on the stream. There's no order. You're not limited to one or whatever. I'll just throw it there, and if it comes up, then it comes up, basically. So I have tended to call it a bucket, just to emphasize that it's not anywhere near as orderly as something like a queue. All right, so how does this work? So first of all, we have between lines. So the way between lines work is that I have to make sure that all of the digits on a line between two circles show up between these. So for example, if I make a 5 and a 9 here, then all of these have to be from 6, 7, 8, okay. Which you might already identify as problematic. Yeah, it's funny. I made the title of Archa just sort of like thinking about like, well, what would Tallcat call this puzzle? He'd pick a language and write a word in it, and then that would be the title. And so I made it Arsha to sort of make fun of that. And then I was going to sort of be the opposite with the next one, and I was going to call it Arsha-er, just to sort of go the opposite direction from the pretentious style of title. But then it turned out that the grid just looked like a Kodama, and so the title ended up being Kodama rather than Arsha-er. So perhaps Arsha-er will be the Whisper Rennbahn Nabner ambiguity Schrodinger puzzle or something. Who knows? But Tallcat we can look forward to as making a chaos construction Schrodinger cell puzzle, and I'm eagerly anticipating what the title of that will be. Yeah, I tried very hard in Arsha to give you a sample grid of what it looked like filled in, so that you could do this. So what on earth is a Schrodinger puzzle? A Schrodinger puzzle is a puzzle where instead of filling in the digits 1 through 9, you fill in the digits 0 through 9 along every row, column, and box. And so it's perfectly fine to put a 0 here. No problem. And then I could put a 5 here, and then that's fine, because then I can put 1, 2, 3, 4 here. But if you're familiar with the pigeonhole principle, you might immediately have a slight problem, which is that there are only 9 cells, and there are 10 digits from 0 to 9. So how does that work? Well, in every row, column, and box, I have to put one Schrodinger cell, and I'm going to probably put Schrodinger cells in purple, although I reserve the right to change my mind and put them in circles or something. There's one Schrodinger cell, and the Schrodinger cell has 2 digits in it. So this cell could, for example, be a 1, 3. And what that means is that this cell contains 1 and 3. And so for purposes of these things, I would need to make sure that both 1 and 3 were between the 2 circles. And so I could, for example, put a 0 here and a 9 here, and that would be perfectly fine. Note, by the way, one consequence of this is that you can absolutely put ones on between lines. So if you're used to between lines not being able to have ones on them, I have bad news. Likewise, in my German Whispers puzzle, you will rapidly discover that you can put 5s on German Whisper lines in Schrodinger puzzles. Okay, so my official belief is that Schrodinger puzzles are the next big thing, and that by the end of 2022, all puzzles will be Schrodinger puzzles. I think it's the next 159. I haven't seen the first 159 Schrodinger puzzle yet. There's some things to work out about how that works out, but I'm sure someone will figure it out. It'll be fantastic, and we'll go through, like, there was this whole phase where people set every combination of 159 and variant. I think now we have to do Schrodinger and every variant. This whole, by the way, people are talking about how old this is. It was brought to my attention by Star Waragami, and it was his Kropke puzzle that first clicked for me, that I first did, and was like, this is awesome, and there's a lot you can do with it. If you saw in Cracking the Cryptic, Star Waragami also made a killer puzzle with the same rule set. It's pretty similar to a bunch of variations like Tight Fit and whatnot that I think are older, but that I don't think sort of caught on, or I don't think had quite the same... Sorry, I'm looking for a word that means like it caught on. I don't know. There aren't some that have quite caught on as much, but I also think that as the community has grown, it has resulted in it being easier for a puzzle to sort of catch fire and have people pay attention to it, and then have more like it show up. Like, for example, I did a puzzle where there were non-consecutive lines, and I called it Nabner, and I didn't really imagine that no one had ever made non-consecutive lines before, but a bunch of people sort of credited it to me at the time. But it turned out that, like, as far back as like 2016, people had been setting puzzles with non-consecutive constraints. So it's nothing is new under the sun, or whatever the saying is. So we have that. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get. I'm not sure, but given that we've done the like 10 and 9 thing in gas puzzles before, I'm gonna guess there probably will be a Schrodinger gas eventually, but who knows? Anyway, so that's the rules for this puzzle. Oh, I should specifically address, by the way, there might or might not be a puzzle. We'll see. If I have... Oh, sorry, I can't have a Schrodinger cell there as well. If I have a Schrodinger 1-4 here, what does that mean? What it means is that this digit has to work for both of these. So this digit actually has to be between 4 and 7. So this digit would have to be a 5 or a 6. Yeah, this has just become a talking stream where I sometimes have puzzles on in the background, but the puzzle solving is... we're de-emphasizing that. Because remember, we talked about a couple streams ago how there's a lot of Sudoku streams and channels where people solve puzzles. And so we're experimenting with Sudoku streams that don't solve puzzles. Or it was pointed out that maybe they don't solve puzzles correctly. So we've been doing a lot of experimenting in the genre of not solving puzzles correctly and not solving puzzles at all, so etc. So that's the rules of this puzzle. Let's get started. So there are at least, I am counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's at least 5 digits on this between line. So that means that we can't put a 5. Yeah, that's not actually all that useful, because we now have an extra thing in our string. And so, like, just like 5-cell Rennbahns don't necessarily have to have a 5 on them, this 5-cell thing doesn't really do a whole lot for us. I can't put a 5 in one of these circles or a 6, but that might be literally it. Well, I can't put a 0 on the between lines. That's true. So if we want to... actually, that's interesting. Okay, so we have an X-wing on zeros. That's a good point from Tallcat. 0 and 9 can't go on these. So yeah, I was trying to rule stuff out of the circles, but we actually have a 0-9 X-wing because I can't put a 0 or a 9 on this plusy thing on either side. And so that means both 0 and 9 go here in this box. Okay. Now, I can't put both the 0 and the 9 here on the end of the circle, although, of course, it would be great to have one of them here. Let's see. Oh, that's a good question. So when I've done it, I haven't, but let's check. Is it true that every Schrodinger cell is on a clue? I don't think it's true that every S cell is on a clue. Okay, so yeah, that was on. I think that was in one of Star Warigami's puzzles. I think it was on the one I did on stream. And then I think, honestly, when I set Archa, I think I just completely forgot that was a rule, so I didn't even think about whether to steal it or not. And so then I didn't copy it, and then Memeristor didn't copy it. So okay, columns 8 and 2. Okay, so yeah, so this column is very interesting because, again, I can't put a 0 or a 9 on one of these lines, so the 0 and 9 are down here. And it's interesting because I can't put both 0 and 9 in here. So I know this cell contains a 0 or a 9, and this cell contains a 0 or a 9. But I don't know that those are the only things in there. Likewise, with 0s and 9s in this column, we get them down here. So then we now, because of these 0-9s, we have another 0-9 X-wing, and so we now get 0s and 9s here. Again, 0s and 9s can't go on this line, so we have these. Again, I have to put the 0... Oh, sorry, I could put both 0 and 9 here. That would be fine. Can't the bottom cell contain... Oh, yeah, this could contain both the 0 and the 9. Sorry, you're completely... Oh, no, it can't, but for a more complicated reason. This can't contain both the 0 and 9, because then this circle would contain both the 0 and 9. But you're right, I did not at all justify or think about that, Andrew. Let's see. So yeah, so I've got all kinds of 0s and 9s just to start. Yeah, because the X-wing. Okay, so this box doesn't have any here, so they're all up here. Is that interesting? How about this row? Not quite. No, not quite. Let's see. Start greening the none S cells. Oh yeah, is it guaranteed that the given digits aren't Schrodinger cells? I'm assuming so, but let me know if I'm wrong. But yeah, nothing wrong with greening the, like, definitely not a Schrodinger cell. Oops. But yeah, I as long, and Memeristor will correct us because I know they're here if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming these are not Schrodinger cells. Let's see. Okay, so here's an interesting point. Neither end of this between line can be a 0 or a 9. So at most, these are 1 and 8. which means that these digits on this line are actually only from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And of course, that one's not 7, and these aren't 7, which is not that far off from a quadruple. That one's not 6 either. But these are ruled out from being 0 and 9. So, yeah, these are also ruled out from 0 to 9. So we know things like the 1 in this row can't go on one of the lines because of that. Yeah, the cells where there can't be a 0 or a 9 on one of the circles is interesting. Well, Riff Clown, we know 0 and 9 are here in row 7. We already know that. Row 6, yeah, the row 6 has this many places. It has 3 places that they could go. Let's see. Yeah, annoyingly, this could be a 0 or a 9, or that could be a 0 or a 9. So we know, actually, here's an interesting point. Let's look at this box. The 0 and 9 are each off of this between liney business. Well, one digit can join them, and it's going to have to. Because if no digits joined them, if this was just a straight up 0-9 pair, this line would have both a 1 on it and an 8, which would mean we'd need both circles here to be 0 or 9. But we can't make both of these circles 0 or 9 because this one can't be 0, 9. So actually, everything in this box that's not one of those cells is non-Schrodinger. And these are only from 0, 9, 1, 8. And this is from 0, 9. Oops. Because we need a 0 or a 9 on one of the ends. So that's also not a Schrodinger cell, because if this were a Schrodinger cell, it would have more than a 0 or a 9 on it, and that's not going to work. So that's all great. Let's see. And exactly the same thing's going to be true over here, I want to say. Because this can't be 0 or 9 either. And so... Oh, wait, no, sorry. This is not going to work over here because I don't have these givens to box with. It was the givens here that made this work. Let's see. Okay, so I am being told this force is 6. Oh, I mean, 6 was... Yeah, okay, yeah. So now 6 is definitely on the line over here. Good point, Josh. And so I've got to think about, okay, if there's a 6 on this line, and this is a 0, then this would have to be an 8. Hey, Casey. But if this was a 9 and there was a 6 on this line, then there's suddenly lots of options. Hey, Casey, if I did not already say hey, Casey. I think I've not done a good job of saying hello to people. Yeah, Casey, we're always talking about you when we're graying 5s, and talking about how we can't gray 5s when you're around. But yeah, it's been a little bit. Okay, so there's a 7 down here. Oh, is it your birthday? Happy birthday, in that case. So the parity of row 7, column 3, says Tall Cat, and row 4, column 7. Row 4, column 7. They must be the same. Yeah, because there's a 6 on this line, too. Ah, okay, that's really cool. Oops. So, uh, thank you, Casey. Thank you. Yeah, they must be either both lower than 6 or both higher than 6, because there's a 6 on each of these lines. Okay, so now here's an interesting point. If this is a 0, uh, then this thing has to be an 8 or a 9. And I think it could be a 9. I don't think there's anything reason. If this is a 9, then we have to go at least 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. And so then this has to be at most a 3. So this is kind of aggressive, but I'm going to go ahead and note that this is sort of squeezed out of the middle of digits. Ah, here's a really easy question. Where does this digit go in box 5? This digit in box 5 certainly goes here. So I'm going to give this digit a gray flash and mark that this cell contains the gray 0 or 9. And so I'm going to put a gray flash over here to indicate that one of these two cells is gray. Excuse me. So I was coloring it specifically. So Kodak asks, shouldn't it be a corner mark? And so I was coloring it specifically because it's not either. Because if I were to corner mark a 0 or a 9, that would be saying that there's a 0 and a 9 in this cell. So I'm sort of saying there's a 0 or a 9 here, but these aren't all the candidates. And so I'm graying it because this is not a real mark of any sort. Yeah, and so Aaron's pointing out this could be another number, and that's why I didn't just write it in as a thing. That's why I gave it a color and all of that nonsense. In fact, it obviously is another number, and this should have been the first thing we saw, because this digit also goes there for the same reason. So this is... yes. And so, in fact, what is this digit now? Well, this digit... Oh, no, it doesn't have... Okay, so whatever this digit is, this is a Schrodinger cell, and it is a gray slash... so this digit can't be a Schrodinger cell. Let's go ahead and say that. Because if this were a Schrodinger cell, then I would have to put 3 different digits here, and that's not going to work. So not a Schrodinger cell. That's a first step. And then we're going to give this a color. It's going to get a black splash. And so this is a black-gray. And I'm just going to delete the pencil marks there in the center. But this is the black-gray Schrodinger cell. So none of these are Schrodinger cells. Oops. So now these aren't Schrodinger cells either. So we've got all kinds of things that aren't allowed to be Schrodinger cells all of a sudden. Whew. Look at all that green. We're practically done the puzzle now. In fact, it's so much done, we might consider moving on to the next puzzle from here. Let's see. Yes, we can put... Schrodinger cells in the circle, but we have to make sure both digits work. Okay, so this 0-9er is here. This thing, which could, it looks like, be 0 or 9, or could not be 0 or 9, is not going to work. Okay. Can limit row 4, column 7 a lot. Row 4, column 7. I thought I did limit it by between lines. I thought this was what I could say from between lines. Yeah, Riffclown, we noted that you can't ever have a 0-9 S cell pair in a circle. And of course you can't have it on a line. Okay, so yeah, we need a 1 or an 8 up here. Let's see, we do need an S cell in this column. Row 7, column 1 in box 4. Well, I know this, so I know this digit is over here in this box, so I know it's on the between line up here. If row 4, column 7 is an 8, you're putting an awful lot of 7s into box 5. Let's see, if this was an 8... Oh, yeah, I thought this was going to be way more restricted, but it's because of the fact that the other thing a Schrödinger puzzle does is stretch the digits you have, and so it doesn't rule out lots of things. Yeah, so if, just to answer Glum Hippo's question, if this was a 3-5, just hypothetically, then this digit would have to be a 6. It's the only thing it would be allowed to be, because it would have to be between both 3 and 7 and between 5 and 7. And so I can't do anything too weird with between lines. Okay. Now, if I look at this cell, I want to think about what this can be. I think this can only be a 1 or an 8. I don't think it can possibly be anything else, right? Because I only get to put 0 and 9 off of this and one digit. And the one digit I put off of it has to be... oh, it has to be this cell, doesn't it? Yeah, this cell is the cell that shows up off of this thing. Yeah, so this is a 1-8. It can't be a Schrödinger cell, because if it was a Schrödinger cell, I would again have to put 4 digits into these two cells. And so that's not the Schrödinger cell. And this is a Schrödinger cell. And the digits it has are the gray 09 and whatever this digit is. Let's make it... Well, this is going to get ugly real fast. Sorry, that's the wrong gray. It's that gray. So this Schrödinger cell is these two circles. And that also should have been obvious immediately if we'd have paid any attention. And so, wait. Now I'm confused. How does that not break? Oh, okay. So now we get to play the same game over here, but now the game has to have a different answer. Doesn't that mean row 3, column 3 doesn't have a 1 or an 8? Yes, Tristan, thank you. This just is a 0 or a 9. That's a 0-9 pair. Okay, but now we get to play an interesting question. Where does this cell go in this box? Well, it has to go up here. And this cell has to go over here. But we can't put both of them in the same place anymore. Row 7, column 9. Let's see, if this cell, this is Taipan's comment, if this cell can't be a 9, the only high option is a 5, pushing a 0 into row 4, column 7. That is this cell. Or this can be low, and then the other way around. Yeah, okay, so that's a really interesting point. So this can't be a 9 because there's a 9 in the box. It can't be an 8 because then this between line would break. It can't be a 7 because then this between line would break. It can't be a 6 because then this between line would break. It could be a 5. And so this digit is, in fact, at most 5. And so then the question is, okay, if this was 5, what would happen? And so Taipon wisely points out that that's going to make this really interesting. Because this is at most 5, what can this digit be? Well, if this were, say, a 3, there's no way that would work. Because now this would be a 3 leading to a digit that's at most 5. That's not anywhere near enough. If this were a 2, that would also not work. And if this were a 1, 2, 3, 4, that still wouldn't work. So in fact, actually, through Taipon's comment, we've actually greatly reduced the candidates here. It can only be 0, 8, or 9. And good luck, Ambrose. I hate shoveling snow, so I wish you luck that it is not too terrible. Okay, so an interesting point, I suppose, is that in this box, the 0, 9 is either the other 0, 9, the one that's not gray, is either here, in which case it's also here, or it's up here. So I actually weirdly know this cell isn't a 0 or a 9, because this cell sees all of those, and likewise, this cell sees all of those. So these cells are not 0 or 9. This cell's not a 0 or a 9, because it sees a 0, 9 pair. So the other 0, 9 in this box is in this column. Which is very interesting, I suppose. I suppose I could have just done that literally by Sudoku, couldn't I? But I couldn't have ruled it out there by Sudoku. But yeah, so if black is 0 or 9, then black has to go exactly here. Does that break? Because I'd love to prove this is actually an 8. I think that would be cool. I don't, as of yet, see it, however. Let's see. Row 6, column 7 could have 2 digits in it. Yeah, sure. I believe that. Where does the digit from row 7, column 9 go in box 6? Oh, yeah, interesting. Okay, so this digit, just to continue our coloring shenaniganery, this digit goes here. So if I make this digit orange, then orange goes here. And so now orange goes up here as well. I'm not going to pencil mark that yet, because this is already becoming difficult to keep track of for me color-wise. But that is itself interesting. Where does blue go in box 3? Well, blue in box 3 definitely goes on... okay, so where does blue go in box 3? That's a good question. You'd almost think it was asked by someone who had set the puzzle and hence knew that it was going to be a good question. Blue in box 3 goes on this line, which is interesting because blue is a 1 or an 8, which says there needs to be a 0 or a 9 on one of the ends of this thing to accommodate the blue. Well, this can't be a 0 or a 9, so this is a 0 or a 9. That is really disappointing. But we'll go with it. So this is a 0 or a 9 in order to accommodate the blue. So that does indeed make black. So this is a 0, 9 Schrodinger cell. And this cell is... Oh, I have a Schrodinger cell up here, and I just never greened this column for some reason. I'm going to guess that chat pointed that out. But anyway, this is the black 0, 9. Therefore... so we now know this. Okay, so this is not 0 or 9. And so these are a 0, 9 pair. That can't be both 0 and 9. So this cell definitely contains a 0 or a 9, but it might contain both, I think is the correct way to say that. So have a good time, Memeristor. This is a great puzzle so far. I'm very glad that you sent this in. This can't contain both. Because it would break box 8. Oh, good point. Good point. Okay, yeah, sorry. Somehow I had lost track. Oh, I don't think I'd ever appreciated this X-Wing. Right. So this X-Wing is actually very useful. So I have an X-Wing on both 0s and 9s. And so I can't have both of these be... I can't have either of these cells, or rather, I should say, I can't have any of these 4 cells be a Schrodinger 09, because it would put, even if that's the Schrodinger 09, it would make this a Schrodinger 09, which would instantly break. So this cell is a 0 or a 9. This cell is a 0 or a 9. This cell's a 0 or a 9, and this cell's a 0 or a 9. They just might also be other things, as far as we are thus far able to determine. Okay, so one end of this is a 0 or a 9. Of course, that means black goes down here, but that's not at all interesting, I do not believe. Does this mean orange can't be 1? I think this means orange definitely isn't 1. Because if orange was 1... Yeah, orange definitely... So now, yeah, I have to play an interesting game, because orange goes on this between line. And so... if orange is 1, then black has to be 9... But now I've got to put a 1 on this between line, which means I now have to put a 0 here, and I can't. So orange is definitely not 1. That's a step. Unfortunately, I don't think it applies if orange is 2, but I want to play this game just a second more just to check. So if orange is a 2, then of course black has to be a 9, because otherwise this box breaks. And so I put a 2 here. So black is 9, and so this is a 1 in this instance. So this is an 8, yeah, and so this is a 0. That all works out. Okay, it's perfectly fine for that to work out in that fashion. Circles definitely cannot be Schrodinger 09 unless there somehow were a between line that didn't have any digits on it. But if hypothetically this were a 0 or a 9 and this was a 7, then whatever digit I put here would have to be both between 0 and 7 and between 9 and 7. And that's not going to work. But yeah, so orange could be a 2, which would be very interesting because it would make this the other 1-8, which would be rather beautiful. But we don't know yet. Okay. The line in box 4 contains a 5. Is that just because of how long it is? No. Where's the 5 coming from? I'm not sure I understand that yet. Let's see. I should probably try and do some amount of sudoku, though. That's got to be, it's got to be relevant. If this was a 7, it would have to go 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. No, that's too many. 6, 5, 4, 3. And this would have to be a 2 or a 1. That looks fine. Because the Schrodinger cell... Ah! Okay, yes, that's a good point. Okay, so the Schrodinger cell in box 4 is on this line. And so actually this line that looks to be 4 long is actually 5 long. which means that this has to be at least, if it's going to be big, it has to be at least 6. And if it's going to be small, it has to be 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. It has to be at least at most 3. But I still don't think that tells me 5 has to be on the line, because these don't have to be consecutive. But it is a very good point that the S cell is definitely on this line. Hey, Luis. Let's see. Yeah, these are very tight. I'm curious if I can really say more about this, because if this were 7, these would now come from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's still too many digits. I feel like I'm missing something around here, but maybe I need to look at that later. What is this 6 doing in our life? I do not know what this 6 is doing in our life. I guess this 6 was to make this 6 go over here. Yeah, okay, I buy that. So, yeah, this digit... Okay, so let's think about this digit. This digit has to go over in one of these 2 cells. And so it has to go on the between line up here. And so it has to be... it has to be far away from this gray 0 or 9. So it has to be in the direction of this blue 1/8, but it can't be the blue 1/8. So this is at least as small as... Oops, I don't know how I... yeah. So as 2 or 7. But of course it can't be a 7, which I definitely understand it can't be a 7. But I want to think, okay, what can it be? Okay, so I want my colored string of numbers again, but I've got the 0, 9 here. Yeah, this is definitely not an 8. It is smaller than 8. Okay, but if this were 0, this would go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this would have to be a 6. That would be the only option. Oh, but it can't be a 6. Okay, so this can't be high. Okay, so this is, in fact, a 2 or higher. Okay, so that's going to be huge. So this is not... So that immediately tells us that this is not a 0. So this is a 9, because there's a 6 on the line, as Tall Cat beautifully points out. And that is beautiful setting, by the way, I have to say. So there's a 9 on the line. So this is going to go at least 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. And so this is a 2 or a 3. By the way, there is an extra digit in my counting there because of the fact that there's a Schrodinger cell on this line somewhere. Okay, so this is a 0. And I can lose the black coloring now, I believe. Okay, and now we can go ahead and fill in this 9 tells me that that's, in fact, a 1. So this is a 0. This is a 1, 9 Schrodinger. So this is not a 0 or an 8. Okay, this is a 1, 9 Schrodinger. So... Sorry, I'm trying to clean up all of these pencil marks and remember everything that was going on with the colors. Okay, I don't need gray anymore. That is dark gray I do not need. Yeah, this just is orange. I don't have to think about anything beyond that. That cell's orange. Might also be another digit. Who knows? Let's see. Okay, so we've got these zeros. Okay, so these aren't 0. open 9 is looking down here. That's not super useful. Couldn't row 7, column 3, be 1 as well? Sorry, row 7, column 3. Couldn't it be 1 as well? No, I don't think so, because this digit goes... This is row 7, column 3. The reason I'm explaining why this can't be 1, and it can't be 1 because it's on this between line up here. And so it sees a 1 already by virtue of being on this between line up here, which is how we cracked all of this shenaniganery down here. It was basically how we eliminated 8 from... It's how we eliminated this from being 8 at the end of the day. Okay. So now almost certainly this can't be a 7 anymore. None of these can be 2. How about that? Because now they're on this. Could this possibly in any universe be a 7? It seems very unlikely. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was a digit dance. I've been lurking on the puzzle for so long, I didn't even notice that we got our official... I mean, I suppose technically in a weird way, we should have done our digit dance when we knew both 0 and 9 were placed in this cell, but that felt weird. Hey, Fuchsia, welcome. Okay, so if this were a 7, these would come from 3, 4, 5, 6. That's annoyingly possible. Grumble, grumble, grumble. But anyway, this is certainly 7 or 8 because it can't be 9. So it can't be much bigger. Let's see. Okay, so now what is this? Listesh says orange is known. Let's see. Oh, yes. Very good point, Listesh. Okay, I have to fit digits in here. And I have to fit 4 digits at least. So this has to be a 5. Which means this has to be a 6. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, and we get lots of green cells as well. None of these are Schrodinger anymore. And that's not Schrodinger either. Let's see. Yeah, this could still definitely be an S cell. It is not marked green, so it is definitely orange. It might be something else. Okay, so the way I can do that now that I know this digit is I can corner mark this as a 5. And just say, I know there's a 5 here, and then I don't need the orange anymore. So that 6 rules a 6 out of there. We've got our 0 and our 9 done and accounted for. Where is the 1 going in this row? Is a question that I would like to answer. So 1 could certainly accompany a 0 here. 1's not going here. And 1... 1 can't go here. 1 could go here exactly if this goes 1, 2, 3. Which seems suspicious, but maybe possible. Okay, so these digits are from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh! Listesh with the swish win. There's already a 1 up here. So this can't be a 1. So now I ask, again, where does 1 go in this row? It can't go here, it can't go here, it can't go here. So the 1 is actually placed here. So this cell definitely is a 1. So it is not a 9. So this cell's definitely a 9. Which means that's not a 9, which means this is a 9. Because this is a 9, this isn't a 0. So this is a 0. Because that's a 0, this isn't a 0. And so this is a 0-1 Schrodinger cell at the end of the day. That was one of the weirdest and most delightful strings of deductions I've ever had in a puzzle. Uh, and so that all goes there. That goes there. So this is a Schrodinger cell. That was just chef's kiss. By the way, this isn't a 0. So this is a 9. Oh, sorry. No, that doesn't mean this is a 9. This could still be a Schrodinger 0, 1. Okay, but these are green. It might be Tristan hearing things. It's possible. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. We know this is a 5. We know for sure it's a 5. Maybe D gray and D blue it. Oh, yeah. This no longer needs to be gray or blue. Okay. So no 9s up here, by the way. I don't know how long that's been sitting there. Probably approximately forever. Oh, no 0 here. So this is a 0. Oh, and it's green. So that just is a 0 just by regular Sudoku. If I actually look at Sudoku on zeros. Yeah, the 0 is placed here, it's placed here, etc. But I don't know what else is in this cell. It's 0 and something. Oh, yes, I can definitely green the rest of row 2. Thank you, because that cell is Schrodingered. Let's see. So, interesting. Okay, so I can at least fill in candidates for this cell, because it has to be pretty big. It has to accommodate at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is at least 7 or 8, because it can't be 9. So this, in fact, is just 7 or 8. Those are the only candidates for this cell. But I know which it is, because where does this cell go in box 3? It goes there. And so it's not a 7, it's an 8. And so that tells me this is a 7. So my attempts to prove that this wasn't a 7 earlier did not succeed for good reason, because it is a 7. So this is, in fact, exactly 3, 4, 5, 6. There are no other options, which means that has to be a 2. Which means the remaining digits here... Oh, this is a 9 now, because we proved earlier this cell contains a 9, but now it's green. So it is a 9. What are these digits? These digits are a 2 and an 8, I believe, to finish off this box. Which all looks very reasonable. This isn't a 6 because there's a 6 in the row. What is left in this row? We need a 3, a 4, and a 5, 6, 7, and we need an 8. Okay, well, the 8 in the row goes in one of these two places, and it doesn't go there. So ergo, that's the 8. Which means this isn't a 9. And so this is definitely a 9. We already have a 9. Oh, sorry, box 2. Yeah, 9 in box 2 is... Oh, 9 in box 2 is here, and this cell is green. So we placed the 9, and then we didn't note when it became green. Good catch, chat. Let's see. Yeah, we know 0 in box 9 is here, Riff Clown. We do not know if this cell is Schrodinger or not, though. Let's see. 9 in box 9. Let's see. Ah, yes. This cell... this cell's definitely a 9. Okay, this cell's a 9, so this cell's not a 9. So this cell definitely is a 9. Okay. So yeah, this cell's definitely a 9, but maybe it's something else. It seems very likely to me that it's also something else. Yes, and I never actually wrote in, when I used the deduction, this 8 means that's an 8. Because there's no other place for an 8 in the box. So the 8's over here. So the 8 is in one of these cells, which is interesting. This being an 8-9 would totally work, as far as I am able to discern. Let's see. I know some chat was talking about Sudoku on zeros. Ah, the zero is definitely here. So the zero is not here. So the zero is here. That is a delightful string of incidences. Let's see. What else can we do? So, okay. Yeah, there are many things that, let's see. What is Zeta going to forget? Was Zeta going to forget the 8 here? Because Zeta definitely forgot the 8 here, even though Zeta carefully explained that the 8 had to go there. The 8 goes in one of these two cells. Let's see. These are not 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So these cells are from 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 9. Oh, yeah, good point. Good point, Codec. 089 triple here. I should have noticed that immediately when I pencil marked this. But this is a triple in 2 cells, which means these are not Schrodinger. And also means that's not Schrodinger. Yeah, I know this is a 9. The only question is it also an 8? And I think the way the 8s work in this box means I don't care, actually. If this is an 8, then there's not an 8 on the between line, and if this is an 8, then there is. 6 in box 2 is a write-in. I find this fascinating. Okay, so the 6 in box 2 definitely goes in one of these two places. Beautiful. Okay, so that's a really clever spot, Listesh. This can't be a 6 because then this couldn't be a 7 or an 8. They're both in the column, so that's a 6. That was a really good spot. So these aren't 6. Uh-oh. I broke the puzzle. How did I break the puzzle? Oh, wait. I just read this wrong, didn't I? Sorry. This was very different than what I was trying to do. The 6 is in one of these two cells, so the 6 is up here. That is a much less convoluted way of handling this. Okay, so this is not a 1. It's not a 0. So this is a 2, 3, 4, or 5. And it's not a 4 because there's a 4 looking at it. Let's see. Can 6 be in row 1, column 6? Yes. 6 is in row 1, column 6, in fact, if I read the grid carefully. Let's see. Okay, so these two. This 8 looks down and gives me that this is a 2 and an 8. So that's not an 8, and this is an 8. That's been there for a long time. Probably that was one of the things that chat was pointing out. I'm going to take a guess. But this cell is also a 9, let's remember. So this is actually an 8-9 Poiple cell. Oops. So that is green and is 0. I did fortunately catch it. Chat fortunately also was there for the save in case I screwed this up. But in this instance, I caught it before chat had time to correct me. So that's not a Schrodinger cell, so it's a lone 0. One of these two is a Schrodinger cell. Let's see. I want to know how long it is before I get to say the phrase, and therefore we have a swordfish on Schrodinger cells. Perhaps that can be part of Tallcat's chaos construction Schrodinger puzzle that he's working on. Row 9, column 2 is an S cell with a 1 and a 9 claims codec. Yes. Okay, so where is... Wait, why can't this be a 1? Yeah, the 1 in this box Yeah, where is 1 in this box? 1 is just placed here in this box because of the thing. And so the 1 is also placed down here where it joins the 9 and becomes a Schrodinger cell. Well, I didn't make 1D wave particles, so I figure some third setter should make 3D wave particles. I figure it's only a matter of time, but I don't feel I should be the one who makes 3D wave particles. That seems it seems morally fraught for me to make another wave particles puzzle. So we finished our Schrodinger cells. Let's see. So, Riff Clown is suggesting writing in some candidates here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seems like a very reasonable thing to do with life, liberty, and the pursuit of etc., etc. Oh, is it going to double every time? Is it going to be 4D wave particles next time? I mean, it's not my puzzle, so if someone wants to set 8D wave particles, go right ahead. I mean, they do say we live in 23-dimensional space or something. My tea is attached to the coaster like it likes to be. So 1-6 pair. Oh, Schrodinger cells with lines that look like a cat is a good idea. There's that Glum Hippo puzzle. Do people remember this one where there's 2 cats on top of each other and one is a palindrome and one is a whisperer, and it's that was an amazing puzzle. Let's see. Oh, did I misuse he? If so, I'm sorry. I meant they. Deep apologies if I misused he. Directionary has said they in chat, which I assume means I misspoke. Let's see. So there's a 2 over here somewhere. I don't know where. Let's see. I heard row 9 column 3. Okay, row 9 column 3 is a 6. That would be exciting. Okay, there's... Ah, yes. Where is the 6? The 6 is only here. Good. Okay, no 6 here, therefore. So there is a 6 here, therefore. So... let's see. So what's left in this box? Let's see. We've got a 0, 1, a 2. We need a 3 and a 4 and a 5. And we've got a 6, 7, 8, and a 9. Okay, so this is from 3, 4, 5, which I think I know literally nothing about. Let's see. This box is missing a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4, but not a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. That can't be a 1, and that can't be a 1. So those aren't 1. Let's see. These aren't 2 by reading. Let's see. I don't see lots of good Sudoku goodness coming out of this, but I'm sure chat will find me something. Row 6, column 7 is a 5. Yes. Oh, we had it marked that it was a 5, and then when it became green, we just forgot to upgrade its corner mark digit to it's that. Yeah, what we really need, Sven, is for a way to enter a digit in a cell but have it show up as a ghost, so that we know that that digit is in the cell in a clearer way, and then also could have a friend. Okay, 1 is limited in box 5 and 6. Okay, so box 5, 1 is not one of these places. So 1 is in one of these two. And in, yeah, so 1 is not in any of these places. So yeah, so 1 is in one of those two places. Let's see, so 1 is pushed into one of these two cells, I suppose. Let's see. 1-6 pair in box 3. Oh, I think I missed that the last time Listesh said it, so I should definitely find the 1-6 pair in box 3. So the 6s are in these two cells, and the 1s are also in these two cells. Right, so 1-6 pair. Apologies, you might have said that like 3 times, because I kept seeing it and promising myself I would get back to it, and then I kept not getting back to it. So that is a 1-6 pair. Oh yeah, what's left in this column? So this is now for sure a 9, so that's not a 9. So in fact, this is the 9. If I just look at Sudoku, that's been there a while. This cell is a 9. What else is it? It's not a 1 because of the box. It is a 9 as well as a 2, 3, or 4, I think. I don't really feel like pencil marking that. That sounds a little bit excessive, even by my standards. Let's see. So, is there something that can't go on these that I should be asking about? No, I think every digit can go everywhere. Where is 8 in this box? 8 is... Oh, no, sorry. 8 is in one of these 2 cells. That is not helpful. Never mind. I retract. Column 3 is complete. I wish it was. There still are all these cells in it that I don't have filled in. But I'm guessing that that is a hint that I should fill them in. I also see that that's not a 6. So 6 is up here somewhere. I have located the 6. Everyone, don't worry. I have located the 6. Let's see. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this is not a 5, so it is a 3 or an 8. And so this is not a 3 or an 8, it is a 5. Okay, which means this is an 8 by pencil marking. 6 in box 6. 6 in box 6. 6 in box 6 is in the Schrodinger cell, which means it's not here, which means it is here. Let's see. So what's left in this box? We still need a 2, a 4, and a 5, and a 7. Is any of that at all useful? 2, 3, 4, 5, 7? That doesn't sound right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay. We have a 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 quintuple in the row, which means that this is an 8. Yeah, that's right? There's only one place for 8. Finding the quintuple was not the, I think, correct way to do that. We were supposed to say, oh, there's no place for 8 in this row. But anyway, that means this isn't an 8, so it is a 6, 7, which means that's a 1, and that's a 6. So now this column, that's not a 1, so that is a 1. So does that do something? This is a 2, 3, or a 4. Sure, I figured it out. I might as well write it in. Let's see. This isn't a 3 anymore because there's a 3 here. That's not a 3 anymore because there's a 3 there. Let's see. Row 4, column 5 is an 8. Well, I've got to put 8 in this box somewhere. And I'm not putting it in the row with an 8 or the column with an 8, so I agree. Thank you. Good catch. That probably would have made finding this 8 a lot easier if I'd looked for that 8 first, because this 8 was probably much easier to find. Let's see. Do I want to pencil mark that? That seems like that's going to be a lot if I pencil mark that. I don't know if I want to pencil mark that much. These 3 I definitely want to pencil mark, though. Let's see. I need a... No, I don't need a 1. That's a lie. I need a 2 and a 3. I've got a 4, 5, 6. I need a 7. And I've got an 8 and a 9. Did that really manage to do nothing? If that managed to do nothing, that's amazing. I think that did manage to do nothing. Let's see. 1 in box 5. Yes. Good call. 1 in box 5 goes there. Just by good old Sudoku. So that's not a 1. So that is a 1. So let's see. This row now. Oh, that's not a 5 either. Because there's a 5 in the row. So that's a 2. These are not 2. These are not 4. This is not 3, so it is a 5. That's a 3. These aren't 5. Let's see. This row only has 1 digit left. It is a 7. So now this box only has a 2 left, I want to say. Looks like a 2. There's already a 7 in this row, which I just did not record when I wrote it in, which may explain why my Sudoku is going worse than normal, which is already a statement in and of itself. This is a 2-7 pair, so these aren't 2. Okay. Now, lots of things going on theoretically. I shouldn't have said anything. What are these digits? These digits are 3, a 4, a 5, we've got a 6, we need a 7, we don't need an 8 or a 9. Let's see. This isn't a 5, that's not a 4. Boy, there's a lot of really surprisingly sparse finds when I fill something in, but it could just be that I am not scanning very well today. Let's see. Fuchsia says 2 in box 4 is now placed. Let's see. There's a 2 up here somewhere. And a 7. Oh, because the 2 can't go on the between line with a 2. Thank you, thank you. I got there eventually, very slowly, but we got there. So that's a 7, or alternatively, we can pull out the pen tool for some reason. That is not a 7. So now I've got a 3-4 pair in this column, so that's not a 3 or a 4, and that's not a 3. So now I've got a 5-7 pair here. Is that useful? Probably not. Let's see. Okay, so I know we need a 2 in one of these 2 cells now. I don't know which one yet, do I? But regardless, this is a 3 and that's a 2, because I need to have a 2 in one of these 2 cells. So this is not a 2 anymore. So this is a 3, 5, or 7, and it's not a 7, so this is also a 3 or a 5 if I just look at the row and the column in combination. I think. It's not 0, 1, 2, could be 3. It's not 4, could be 5, it's not 6. It's not 7, it's not 8, it's not 9. Yep, so 3-5 pair there gives us a 7 and a 5. Let's see. So this is from 2, 3, 4, 9. Oh, it's not a 3. So this is from 2, 4, 9. Let's write the right digit in. Chat usually likes it when I write the right digit in. Column 2 resolved now. I would believe that. Ah, yes, there's a 3 up there. Thank you, Riff Clown. That's a 4. That's a 5. That's a 4. These are not 4. So good things are happening. Let's see. Okay, so what is this digit? So this is a 0 for sure. It's not a 1, a 2, a 3. I think it could be a 4. It's not a 5. It's not a 6. It's not a 7. It's not an 8. It's not a 9. Okay, so it is a naked 0-4 pair. That is beautiful. This cell is just a naked 0-4 pair the whole time. Who knew? Okay, so that's not a 3. Or sorry, so that is a 3. I suppose I probably could have figured that out, too, in a way that was way simpler than just exhausting what this is. But anyway, that's not a 4 anymore, is one of the consequences of that. These 2 cells are a 0, 1, there's a 2, and a 7. 2 and a 7. I'm going with 2 and 7. So that's 2, that's 7. Okay, let's see. Box 6 is complete. Ah, yes, that's a 4, that's a 3. Thank you, Pankuri. Let's see. This is a 2, 3, 4 triple. The fact that this is a 2, 3, 4 triple tells me this isn't a 3. Also, the fact that there's a 3 in the column tells me that this isn't a 3, but I've never let that stop me. let's see. I hope his wife is okay with that. I feel I missed something, but it's probably for the best, maybe, possibly. Let's see. I must now be missing like a between line or something, right? Oh, Riffclown says the 4 in row 8, column 9 sees a 3-5 pair. It sees a 5. I'm not seeing the 3-5 pair. Oh, the row 8, column 9, right. Let's see. So yeah, that 3-5 pair, that's a 4, that's a 2, that's a 3. That 4 looks up there, and that's a 2. Good catch, Riffclown, to finish this. So now that bounced up over there. You'd think that would do something down here, so that's not a 3. So this is a 5, and that's a 3. And that's a 5, and that's a 4, and that's a 3. And that's a 5, and that's a 3. And we don't get a little pachinko pop-up when this is finished, because it is a Schrodinger cell puzzle. But I think we finished the puzzle. That was great. I was very into that puzzle. Absolutely. I encourage you all to make more Schrodinger cell puzzles. Schrodinger cell puzzles definitely get high priority in the bucket. But also, I think they're a lot of fun, and I'm enjoying making them, and I'm enjoying solving them. So pick your favorite mechanic. I still hope 2 to 10th makes the oops, all X's Schrodinger cell puzzle. I think if anyone can do it, it will be him, and I think it will be a glorious rainbow coloring puzzle. I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be back very shortly. Thank you to all of our patrons, and you can enjoy seeing their names on the patron screen. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to hop onward to the puzzle Cheviot. Sorry, I can't read this. Cheviot. I think it's Cheviot. I'm not 100% sure if that is an L or an I. But anyway, we've got that. Oh, Zeta already made one what? Are we talking about the Whispers? Oh yeah, the German Whispers one Listesh was talking about is crazy in, I think, a good way. Let's see. Tristan, can you post a link to Kodama in the chat? Let's see. Okay. Yeah, so this one has arrows, which give you a circle where the numbers on the line have to be numbers that add to this. So I could do 2 and 4, and that would be perfectly fine. It wouldn't actually be, as you'll see in a moment, but it would be fine. And V's, which have to have digits that add up to 5, like that. And X's, and they're not even Schrodinger X's, because X's are secretly the best Schrodinger mechanic, because you get so many more flavors of X with Schrodinger cells. But we've got a nice little innocuous looking puzzle here. So let's get started and try to solve this. So to start with, I am going to put 1, 2, 3, 4 in all of these V's, and I'm going to debate if I want to color the V's or not, because there's 2 flavors of V. Oh, wow, nice. Happy to see. Happy or happy, Ambrose. I know I did a puzzle by you on my joint stream with Ranksk. Yeah, there may or may not be weeping. I don't promise there won't be weeping. Okay, so I think looking at row 1 is a good place to start, actually. And asking, what is the minimum thing that these 6 cells sum to? I swear we did an Ambrose puzzle on the stream before, but maybe not. Maybe I'm imagining it. I don't know. If only there were some sort of catalog that listed all of the puzzles, but I'm not going to check it right this second. But this may or may not be this first Ambrose puzzle. I believe Ambrose, if Ambrose says this is the first puzzle. Okay, so what is the sum of these digits? Well, this is 6 different digits, and 6 different digits add to a minimum of 21. If I take away 5 from that, these add to a minimum of 16. Now, 16 can only be made in one way, which is as a 7, 9. But they could also sum to 17, in which case these are an 8, 9. But, anarchist that I am, I'm going to pencil mark this across boxes. These 2 digits always contain a 9, and are either 7, 8, or 9 each. Okay, so that's interesting. I can go ahead and mark that I know that this is 6, 7. Oops, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, Tristan just dropped the German Whisperer Schrodinger puzzle there in the chat if you are interested. Yeah, I kind of want to do coloring. I feel like I was resisting it, and I feel like I've resisted long enough. I feel like we're going to do high-low coloring. So it was an admirable effort, but the resistance is over, and we're going to color that these are low and these are high, so that we can try to color everything in the world. Now, one of these has to be low, because if neither of them is low, then the total is at least 11. One of these has to be low, because if not, then the total is at least 11. So that means this digit's high, for sure. Let's see. One of these is low. They could both be low, though. Oh, no, it can't be. Okay, for same reason. Both of these are low. Okay, so this is probably... Oh, the birthday puzzle. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, these arrows both contain a low. So that's all the lows for row 9. So that means these cells all contain a high digit. Sorry, all contain a digit that is 5 or higher. Did I exclude 9 from row 1, column 3? No, I did not. I just didn't type a 9 for some reason. I think oddly in this puzzle, I think 5's going to be orange, and then I'm going to confuse myself by 5 being orange. I think is probably what's going to happen. But we'll remember, by which I mean we won't remember and we'll break the puzzle, that this digit can be 5. Interestingly, neither of these digits can be 5. Because if either of these digits were 5, it would be the other low digits. So if one of the orange cells is 5, okay, so I'm going to note that down. These can't be 5. So these really honestly are 6, 7, 8, 9. This one can be 5, I think. Okay. So let's do maths on this row and figure out what this cell can be. So if these are 9 and 8, then they sum to 17, plus the arrows is 34, plus 5 is 39, and so this would be a 6. If, though, these are 7 and 9 sum to 16, which makes these 32, which plus this would be 37, which makes this an 8. So this cell, actually, I can rule out down to 6, 8. Oh, amusingly, I do this, and then I see Directionary in chat has said exactly, do math, row 1, column 1 equals 6 or 8, which is a much more concise way of explaining what's going on. But exactly the same thing. For whatever reason, my brain did not see that this row is exactly the same as this row, like literally exactly the same. And so exactly the same logic applies here that I applied previously. One of these has to be a 9, and then this has to be a 6 or an 8. How did I not see that? I have no idea. I could not even begin to tell you. Okay, so it can't be a 5. That is one of the many, many morals of the story. So this is not a 6 or an 8. It is a 7 or a 9, which is interesting in and of itself. Okay. So I need to start coloring the V's. There's no way I'm going to get away without coloring the V's. So this V is going to be yellow. This V also has to be yellow, because if this V was red, then neither of these cells could be... red is going to be my other color, by the way. If this V was red, I couldn't put a low digit on this arrow, and that breaks. So this V is yellow. This V is red because it sees both. This cell sees both yellow digits. Okay. So can this be yellow? Because if this is yellow, then I'm going to put both yellow digits there, which seems bad. But maybe I should think carefully about this. Oh, yes. Sorry. Someone wisely points out that this arrow also is a 7, 9. Okay, so I'm retracting my claim that oranges, or that 5s are orange. I'm going to make 5s their usual green color because Casey is here. I feel like I should be able to disprove that these are yellow. So that would put yellows exactly here. But that doesn't immediately seem to break as far as I can tell. So there's a swordfish on 1s. Yeah, if I knew... Yeah, it's interesting to think about this collective and how many ones there are. But I don't think we're quite going to get there. Okay, so there is a red on each of these. Is there a way I can break into this box's color? That seems really hard. Can't one of the arrows be 2, 3, 4? Seemingly. Is it something to do with this X? Okay, so a length 3 arrow. How many 1, 2, 3, 4s does a length 3 arrow need? A length 3 arrow needs at least 2 of them. Because if it doesn't have at least 2 of them, then it could be 1 plus 5 plus 6, which is way too big. So there are at least 2 1, 2, 3s on each of these lines. Which is most interesting for me on this one. Because it means that this arrow definitely contains a red 1, 2, 3 somewhere. A red 1, 2, 3, 4, sorry. Oh yeah, maybe that's an interesting question. Maybe I should be asking about the one of these that's 7, because one of these is 7, and the one that's 7 is going to require 3 of them. Yeah, so... Okay, so people are pointing out that every one of these arrows uses exactly 2 of 1, 2, and 3. If I try and use 3 of 1, 2, 3, then I accidentally a 6. And if I try and use only one of them, then I really run into problems. So I need, on each of these arrows, 2 1, 2, 3s. And so there are 2 1, 2, 3s on the arrows. And there are... well, there's at least one more 1, 2, 3 on each of these things. And there are 6 total 1, 2, 3s amongst all of these. But I don't think that quite works. That I can see. Yeah, the colors of these cells interest me a lot. This cell doesn't show up anywhere on this arrow, and so as a result, this arrow definitely has a red, and it might have 2 reds. Should it be clear to me that neither of these arrows can have 3 blue cells on them? Maybe that's what I'm trying to prove. Maybe I know that this thing only has 2 reds. Hey, Awila, welcome. Okay. So these are also opposite coloring for the same reason as the ones down here. I'm going to make one of these green and one of them purple temporarily, just so I can think about what that's going to tell me, if anything. Sorry, they're not different. They're the same. I misappropriated that. These are the same, because if they were different, I would have ruled a low digit off of this arrow. So not only are these... So let's again try and figure this out. If these digits were also yellow, all of these things would be the same. Is that a problem? So these would be yellow. We'd just have yellow all over the place. Row 6, column 1 cannot be a 7. Okay, so if this is a 7, then I put 1, 2, 4 here. And I would have to put, okay. So this is interesting. Okay, so let's explain why this can't be a 7. Because if it is a 7, this would have to be 1, 2, 4. But now what are these? Well, they have to be 1 and 4 because I can't block both ways of making... I can't block both ways of making 5. So these would be 2, 3. Wait. So this is a 2. This is a 3 and a 2. But why is this broken? I don't see it now, suddenly. Maybe it is simpler than I am making it. But yeah, these would... See, both V's are now 2, 3. Well, this V is 1, 4. And this V is 1, 4. Oh, I have to fit the low digits into column 1. Got it. Okay. Wait. Yeah, okay. So this is a very tall cat point. Okay, I can explain this in a way that I think makes more sense to me. If all of these digits are low, that's a problem because these digits have to go in column 1. So this is a tall cat argument. These digits have to go in column 1, and there's only 3 spots for them, so it breaks. So one of these digits is high, or at least a 5. So one of these is a red-blue, but the other is a not red-blue. The other is a gray, we'll say. Which means that this cell is a blue-yellow for sure. But as soon as I know that there's a none-blue cell on here, this can't be a 7 anymore. It has to be a 9. And there's definitely a 1 on here somewhere. Because it has a none 2, 3, 4 cell on it. We now know. Oh, by the way, maybe I should also write out that that's a 7 and this is a 1, 2, 4. Probably that's a smarter first step to make before committing to doing other things. Okay. So one of these columns, all the blues are gone. I don't know which column all the blues are gone. I do know this cell's high. Your orange, your blue. I'm going to uncolor these. I don't think the green coloring is helpful, but I do want to remember these are the same color. Let's see. So this is 9. Oops, sorry. It's 9, 8, or 6. There is a 1 on this arrow. Again, I wanted to point out. So that's not a 1, and that's not a 4. But I don't know if the 1 is here. I don't think. Okay. If these are the same... Okay, if these are the same, again, I want to reiterate, that puts them here, which makes this a red-red pair, and this would be yellow. But I don't see the problem with that as of yet. Let's see. We could ask where is 9 in this box. 9 in this box is definitely here. I don't know if that's going to help us. Row 1, column 1, 6, 8 in box 7. Ah, okay. Wait, couldn't this 6, 8, couldn't it go on the arrow? Because this arrow could be 1, 2, 6, right? If there was a 1 here, a 2 here, and a 6. Look at Carl's comment. Where does 7 and 9 go? And the other 6, 8 go in box 7. Ah, okay. We have to put... Beautiful. Okay. Got it. So all of these digits have to go in this box somewhere. And none of these digits are blue. So one of these digits has to be the gray digit. Well, the gray digit can't be a 7 or a 9. So the gray digit is a 6. It is orange. And so this is a 1, 2, 6 arrow with the 6 going in this box. Okay, so that's gorgeous. So this is not a 2. So this is not a 3. Why is row 7, column 4, yellow? Because we proved it before, but it's a lot easier to see now. I'm trying to remember how we proved it before, but you can see it now because 1 and 2 are different colors of blue, and this is yellow, and so I know there's not a yellow here, so there must be a red, and so this must be yellow. There was a fancy way to prove it before. So row 9, column 1 is an 8. Good. So that's an 8. That's a 6. So these aren't 8. So these aren't 7. In order to make the math work up. Even 5 plus 5 would not have worked, I think, back when we were looking at this. Okay, so... I mean, this digit has to be at least 3, we know. Let's see. One of these is 1. One of these is 1. Okay. So now... Well, we at least know these can't both be 1... Oh, no. Okay. I can prove that this X is red now. Because if this X was also yellow... then either 1 or 2 is excluded from all of these cells. But 1 and 2 are both needed, so these would both have to be the same digit. So this arrow is red. Or sorry, so this V is red. And so this V is red. Okay, that's gorgeous. I really like that. Okay. So this isn't a 6 anymore, so that's not a 4. Okay, this V coloring thing has gotten very cool. Okay. I know there is a red-blue in this column, but I don't think I know where it goes. Let's see. I'm being told to remember the something pair. Remember the 7-9 pair in box. Ah, yes, this is a 7-9 pair. That is an excellent point that I should actually have written down, but I didn't because it's more fun that way, question mark. Let's see. So beautiful. So there is a 5 up here, so all of these are blue, which would have also gotten me the coloring shenaniganery. Wait. No, sorry. No, no, no. Don't listen to me. One of these is 5. Oh, wait. No, that's right. That was right. Sorry. I retract. One of these is 5. And so these cells see all of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are blue. That's blue. Okay. So this is yellow. Of course, because it's in a box with red. So these are a red and a yellow. I don't know what order, though. But these are a red and a yellow. So these are also a red and a yellow. Which means this is the other red or yellow, but that's not super helpful. So I'm going to undo that because that was immediately not helpful. But these can't be... Oh, sorry. I'm going to undo that one too. So the 3 is definitely here. That's not super helpful. Can row 4, column 3 really be red? Let's see. If this is red... I don't think I immediately see the problem with it being red. The nature of your question leads me to believe the answer is no. I'll say that. Hey, Danzor, welcome. I don't know if I have seen you here before, but welcome if I have not, or if I have. Either way, actually. Let's see. So there is a 7 up here, which has to go with a 1 or a 2. Okay, where are the reds placed in row 1 and row 7? Yeah, so where is the other red in row 7? Well, I don't see anything wrong with putting it there. It's definitely not there. Could be there, could be there, could be there, as far as I can tell. I think I'm missing something. Something that's going on here that I'm not appreciating. One of these arrows has a 1 on it. No, I don't know that. Darn it. Because I was trying to think about, okay, these arrows, I know that there's a 7 on one of them. And so what does the 7 go with? But the 7 can go with a 1 or a 2. And then the 5 can go with a 4 or whatever. I have an X-wing on red, 1, 2, in row 1 and 7. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I think I noticed this before, but then completely forgot. But Aaron is completely right. There is a red 1, 2 here. There's a red 1, 2 here. So there's a red 1, 2 in here somewhere, but it's not there because all the 1s and 2s go here. So this is a red 1, 2, and this is a red 1, 2. And ergo, this is the yellow 1, 2, and this is a 4. And so this is a 3. And I think that means it's yellow, right? Maybe not. Sorry. I don't think I know. But I do know it's a 3. So I know this is not a 4. This is not a 1. This is not a 4. This is not a 1. Oops, I did not say... I said the right words. This is not a 4. This is not a 1. Let's see. So that's pretty sweet, actually. So now where is 3 in box 7? Oh, 3 in box 7 is now on yellow. So yellow is 3. Or sorry, 3 is yellow. So 4 is red. And so this is a 3 and a 2. Just to say that slower in case you missed it. 3 now in box 7 can't go anywhere except the V that's yellow. So 3 is yellow. And so then that means that yellow is 3 and 2, which means that's a 2, and that's a 1, and that's a 2. And red is 4 now, and 1. And so these are, of course, a 1-6 pair. These are a 2-3 pair. But that 2 is giving us that that's a 3 and that's a 2. Let's see. This is a 1-4 pair, so that's a 1 and that's a 4. That's a 1 by the fact that that's a 1-4 pair. This is a 2 over here. So this is a 4 and a 5 in some order. I don't think I know the order yet. 2 goes across from an 8 on an X. So that is fancy and exciting. So these 3 cells are a 3, a 5, and a 9, which I think is completely useless. These cells, I mean, technically, I guess it does tell us something. It tells us there's a 3 on this arrow. That is useful. Okay. No, sorry, it does not tell us there's a 3 on this arrow. Don't listen to me. These are a 1-4 pair, not a 2-3 pair. Anyway, sorry. These are a 5, 6, 7, 8, which sounds like I'm starting a dance thing. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know where the 6 is between these. Yeah, the box 5 arrow now is looking at lots of things. So this is a worthwhile thing. So this is, spoiler, not a 1, 2, 3, or 4. So this is a 5, 6, 7, or 8. Which means this cell actually has to be small. And so it's yellow. And so it's a 3 exactly on the nose. Because that's the only thing it can be. Which means that this is a 5 or a 6. Can't be a 7 or an 8. Which means that this is an 8 or a 9. Gorgeous. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I have to stop the singing before I get demonetized for my wonderful singing. There's a 1 down here somewhere. I know that. Let's see. Where is the 4 in this box? The 4 in this box has to be here exactly, because this is also, remember, a 1-4 pair. So by sudoku, 4 is here, which is a blue and a red. So now, yeah, there's got to be an orange somewhere. Who knows where? Let's see. No, typo? What did I do? Oh, yes. 4 here. How about 4 here? 4 here. Much better. I get a lot more puzzles correct when I do them on stream, for whatever reason. This 3 over here tells me that's not a 3, which actually places the 3 up here. Thank you, chat, for saving us all. That is a 3. Let's see. So this is a 5-9 pair of some sort. Yeah, I feel like the obvious way to do Schrödinger cells would have been to allow you to repeat a digit rather than to add the digit 0, but that would, I think, be a disaster, because then you couldn't do Sudoku anymore. What digits are left in this box? I think we might be able to force the arrow just by figuring out what digits are left in this box. I still need a 2. I need a 4. No, I don't need a 4. I need a 5, a 6, a 7, and an 8 or a 9. Okay, this may have been more of a disaster than I anticipated. Well, these aren't 9, and they're not 8 either. Oh, there's definitely a 2 on the arrow. So because there's definitely a 2 on the arrow, which is where I should have started, these aren't 5, and they're not 6 either, because there's a 6 in the row. So actually, this disaster actually turned out very well, because we actually know this is a 2-7 pair, and this is a 9. And that's an 8, and that's a 7, and that's a 9. So these are not 9. Gorgeous. Okay. So this is a 3-5, I guess. Ta-da! That's not the 3. It's a 5. That's a 3. That can be green in case Casey's still here. And then this 3 is Blello. I don't know the order here yet. Hey, Sam, welcome! Let's see. I'm encouraged to look at 3s, but when I click 3s, it highlights everything. Let's try again. Okay, the 3s over here don't look good. The 3s here are one of those 2 places. That doesn't look good. Maybe I've already done enough 3s. Yeah, so what is the deal down here? So I need to make a 9 with either a 1 or a 4. I can't make a 1 with, or I can't make a 9 with a 1 because I need an 8, and there's already 1. So this is a 4-5 pair, and I know the order. And this is a 1-6 pair, and I know the order. So that's a 6, that's a 1, that's a 4, that's a 5. That is green, blue, blue, orange. That's orange, and that's, sorry, not orange. How do you say red and blue together? Reblue? That doesn't sound good. Bread? That sounds a little too much like either bread or bled, neither of which I really want in my Sudoku. I don't know. That's a 1, that's a 4. I might not be able to put blue and red together in a cute word. These are all orange because the column is done with things that aren't orange. Let's see. Life is going pretty well now. This 6 tells me that that's a 5, which makes that an 8, which makes these not 8. They're a 5-6 pair, which makes that an 8. So that is orange. Let's see, where is the 8 in this box? There's already an 8 in this box. I was trying to do this T-shape to rule out 8 out of these cells in this box, but somehow that didn't feel quite right for whatever reason. One of these is definitely 8. Not both of them. They're not both 8. And so that is 8. This is green. I never gave it its true color. And so these are all orange again. So we can keep our coloring train going. This is a 6 or a 7. These are 6, 7, or 9. I don't know the order yet. Let's see. We're getting close, I feel like. These are 6, 7, or 9 as well. This one's not a 7. More progress. Row 8, column 4 is a 5. I'd believe that with this 5-6 pair looking down here together with this 5. Green. We go green. Which makes this a 4 and this a 5, which is great. Combining 2 words into 1 word is fun. I get to say locatero a lot in my Neverio solve video, which is a lot of fun to say. A locatero, of course, being a lockout line that's also an arrow. The 4 in this row is placed. It can only go here. What's left in this row? I'm pretty sure I can figure that out. I still need a 2. A 2. We've got a 3. We've got a 4. We've got a 5. We've got a 6. 7, 8, 9. Well, these aren't 9. Not 9. So this is a 9. This has the look of Zeta pencil marked too many digits. What digit did I pencil mark that I didn't need? Because I can't fit 2, 7, and 8 in these cells. Hey, Afraid Not, welcome. Oh, there's already a 2. Which I will fix by adding more 2s. Okay. And this is fixed by that 8 up there. Sometimes Zeta puts in too many digits. Okay, there is a 1 in one of these 2 cells, and I don't know which. There's a 6 in one of these 2 cells, and I don't know which. So there's a 1-6 pair. I think we had one of those last episode as well. These are a 3 and an 8. And that I do know the order. That's the 3, that's the 8. So that's orange, and that's blello. No. Take 2. So that's blello, that's orange. Okay. I think if you type people's names, it automatically tags them, but it doesn't auto-complete them. Afraid Not, I believe. Okay, we've got all our highs in this box, so this cell is low. Because it also sees a 5. One of these is a 5, but who knows which. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with 7s yet. Row 4, column 9. Ah, yes, beautiful. That's a 6. So none of those are 6. So that's a 7-9 pair. That is good. And so that gives us a 1 and a 6, which lets us do more coloring. The 1 is red, we have to remember. Let's see. Notably, it does not show you that it's highlighting someone's name. You only see it when your name is highlighted, which always confuses me. Row 6, column 1 is the last in its column. Sorry, row 6, column 4 is the last in its column. I agree. So what color is it? So it is not blue, not green, so it's orange, and it is a 6. Good. So these are not 6. One of those is 6. Let's see. These cells are... Well, they certainly include a 7 and a 9 and a 2 and a 3, and I don't think they get to include anything else. This one is not 3. These aren't 9. Well, that's very disappointing. Oh, I got a 2-7 pair, which I should have expected, I suppose. Let's see. Do I know where the green goes over here yet? I don't think so. Oh, there's a 2-7 pair, though. The 2-7 pair goes... that's a 9 and that's a 7. Beautiful. Okay. So that being a 7 makes that a 9. That being a 9 bounces back and tells me that's not a 9. Let's see. Oh, this is a 2 because it's yellow. So that's a 2. Sorry, that's not a 2. Not a 2, I meant to say. Not a 2 is a lot like being a 2, but the other way around. Let's see. 2 in box 6. I already have a 2 in box 6. You have 8 8s, Riffclown says. So theoretically, Riffclown entrusts me to find the last 8. So that is the last 8. Good. Good. Let's see. So one of these is a 6. That's a 5 or a 7. Okay. These are a 3 5 to finish the box. So what are these? So these are a 2 and a 4, I want to say. And I know the order, provided they're really a 2 and a 4. So that's a 4. So that's a 1 and that's a 4. These are both blue, but they're of opposite yellowity. That one is of red yellowity. This one is of yellow yellowity. Let's see. That 9 looks up and is helpful. Sees a 6 and a 7. That 6 sees a 5 and a 6. That 5 sees a 9 and a 5. So this 5 is green. Casey, eat your heart out. These are orange. Let's see. So now 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a 9, which is of orange yellowity. And that's a 1. Blue, red. Yes, I have really enjoyed this one. It is one of those many puzzles that I do, and then I wonder if coloring was intended or if I just did it to amuse myself, and I'm not quite sure. Let's see. This 5 looks down and sees that that's a 7, and that's a 2. So this is not a 2 or a 7, so it's a 3, and that's a 7. That 3 looks over, and that's a 5, and that's a 3. These are not 7 or 5 anymore, so that's a 6. That's a 5. That 6 looks and sees that that's a 1, and that's a 6. And that's a 9. Oops, sorry, I did not mean to whack my microphone there. It's a 7 and a 2. Let's see. So we'll make that blue. Yeah, today I don't think I can stop early because I have to meticulously color all of these with our coloring convention before we go on, or I will be sad. Okay, so these are both yellow. This is orange. This is yellow. But I appreciate the sentiment, and I am still trying to look at ways to be a Sudoku channel without solving puzzles. That is definitely an area I wish to explore more carefully. Let's see. I think we have all of our blues colored properly. I think we've got everything, so I think we can now... Oh, row 8, column 2. Oh, yeah, I was waiting to fill it in, because as soon as I fill it in, it's going to do this. And it would claim the puzzle was done, even though it wasn't done if I didn't do the coloring first. Oh boy, am I not the right one to do a Sudoku theory channel. Alrighty, I'm going to take a very short break, and I will be right back. Let me hit the right break. And I'll remind you again, thank you to all of our patrons. And remember to leave a like on the video if you have not yet done so. And I'm back. Sorry, I got distracted by the fact that the puzzle I had open next was labeled as being by question mark. And so I was uncertain if I actually, I assume it was in my queue, and so I had permission to stream it, but I was afraid it might have disappeared, and I couldn't find it in the document, so I'm going to have to try and source where on earth this puzzle came from and make sure I'm actually allowed to do it on my stream before I do it. So that means we're going to solve Rennbahn by JoWovrin, which looks like a Rennbahn puzzle and isn't. So these are Rennbahn, but there is an additional constraint other than that these are all Rennbahn, which is that all digits containing 1, 2, and 3, all cells containing 1, 2, and 3 are 8 connected. So it's possible to travel along cells containing 1, 2, 3 with a chess king. So we can highlight each cell containing a 1, 2, 3, and they're all connected in some fancy way. And the same is true of 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. And these are Rennbahn, which means that the digits on them form a sequence of consecutive digits, but not necessarily in order. So, good luck. I'm noticing that this digit has to go up here in this box, so it has to go down here in this box. So let's note that this digit, whatever it is, and I know I'm probably going to be using colors for coloring groups of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in a moment. But for now, good night, Kodak. For now, I want to note that this digit goes here on this Rennbahn. And now that's very interesting because this Rennbahn is already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 long. This Rennbahn is 4 long, so they have to have a digit that's on both of them, at least. But actually, how many digits of overlap can they have? I think I can't have all 4 of these digits show up on this Rennbahn, can I? Maybe I could. No, I couldn't. I can only have 3. They could overlap by up to 3. I don't know if that is at all useful, but it was the first thing I saw. Because it seems like it might be useful. Okay, now here's another point. One of these cells has to be a 7 or an 8, because the 9 has to be able to 8 connect to its other 7, 8, 9 buddies. So we're going to make orange high. I'm going to get rid of these greens for now. I don't think that's super useful for the moment. I think it's probably going to be useful in a second. But this 9 here means that there is a 7 or an 8 on one of these. And if there's a 7, if there's a 7 or an 8, well, okay, so let's imagine there was an 8. I don't think this is going to work. If this is 8, 7, 6, 5... Sorry, I don't know what I was doing. Yeah, there can't be an 8 on this Rennbahn, because if this is 5, 6, 7, 8, well, then I've stranded my 1, 2, 3s up here. And so I can't actually put an 8 anywhere on here. Even if I put a 7 on here, then I would go 7... And of course, if I go up to 8, that's going to break. So I could try and go 7, 6, 5, 7, 6, 5, 4, like that. But I've still got a 1, 2, 3 up here that can't get out. So in fact, in order for the 9 to be able to get out, this has to be a 7 or an 8. Oops. So this is also orange. Now, this, I was going to make a not very profound point, but I suppose actually it's moderately interesting. I can't put the other 7 or 8 on here, of course, because now if I make this an 8 and I put a 7 on here, I've still locked stuff up here. So there has to be a low on this Rennbahn. Maybe that's a better way to put it. There has to be a low on this Rennbahn, because my lows have to be able to get out. If there were no lows on this Rennbahn, all the lows would be over here. And so in particular, and exactly as Josh says, that means there's a 3 on this Rennbahn somewhere. And as soon as there's a 3 on it, there's also a 4 on it. So that is all well and good. So now do I want to think about this digit again? And what's going on with this digit? Or do I want to think about this barrier? Maybe not. I'm not sure yet. Oh, hey, JoWo, welcome. I'm glad you could be here to see the puzzle, even if it means that you're not asleep when you should be asleep. Yeah, the other 7, 8 is up here. But yeah, this cell being down here is now suspicious to me. Because what does that mean it is? Well, it's certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Excuse me, keypad. 1, 2, 3. Okay, keypad, what's up? My keypad is being difficult. One moment. Maybe it needs to be charged. Let's see. Do I have batteries in my backup keypad? Or is the issue unrelated to the keypad? The issue may be unrelated to the keypad, because this keypad is also not making digits. Okay, that keypad's not making digits. Well, that's the funny thing is, yeah, I think the keypad is out of battery, but then the other keypad, which should also be paired with this, is also not working. Anyway, I'll just use the one on my keyboard. Let's see. And that should hopefully work. Okay. Is it possible I hit the numlock somehow? That sounds like the kind of thing that I would do, because, I mean, it does turn on. Let's see. Okay. So I hit a whole bunch of buttons, and it managed to pick out a 5 out of all the buttons I hit. Yeah, so I'm gonna suspect that it does mean that it is running low on the battery. Okay. Well, we're gonna just try and go back to typing this. Okay, so I have to move the keyboard over so I can actually reach the number pad. So we were attempting to pencil mark that this has to be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for reasons. Oh, because this cell has to go over here somewhere. So it has to go on this Rennbahn. Okay. It looks like row 8, column 8, and row 7, column 7 have the same high mid-lowity. So that's an interesting point. Okay, yeah, because a Rennbahn of length 4 can never span all 3 high mid-lowities. It can only hit 2 of the high mid-lowities. And so if this cell were not the same color as this cell, I would have locked off a high mid lowity completely over here. And so actually we know these two are the same high mid lowity, these two are the same high mid lowity, and these two are the same high mid lowity. Sorry. Purple. Okay, now if this was a 7, it could go down 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I can only go as low as 2, but I could still have 2 lows, unfortunately, on this line, which is very, very unfortunate. Row 2, column 2 can't be a 1, yes. But, corollary of what I just said, that's not a 1. And neither is this. And so this is also from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the same exact reason. Yeah, this is a very cool constraint. And of course, this one of these purple cells shows up over here. Okay, we can do it gray. I'm happy with gray. Okay, so we was the original puzzle with Rennbahn? I'm curious. Okay, so I know the 1 is back here. These I know are high, so I'm coloring them in their proper high color. Technically, I could, if you want, I could make these all shades of gray. Because I don't know anything about what high mid lowity these are. I only know that they are each the same high mid lowity. But yeah, the 1 in this box. Oh no, this could go 1, 2, 3, 4, couldn't it? I think this could go 1, 2, 3, 4. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Yeah, this digit is over on this Rennbahn. That was the conceit of our original thing. And yes, saying it needs a home in row 3 is probably a healthier way to say it than the way I was saying it. Okay, so these two are the same. The same parity, or the same high mid lowity, not the same other thing. They also can't be mids. These can't be 4, 5, 6. Is that what you are? Yeah, if 2 of these are middles. Yeah, because this Rennbahn definitely has to have some middles on it. It has to have at least one middle. Yeah, okay. So I can make a frayed knots argument. This Rennbahn needs to have a middle on it. Just because all length 4 Rennbahns do. But then it only gets to pick one. It can have highs on it or it can have lows on it. Which means that in these 4 cells, I can only have 2 of high, mid, and low, and one of them is mid. So I only have hit 1 of high and low, which means that this has to be something other than mid. If it's mid, then I have not gotten 1 of high and low out of this box. So in fact, these are a 2-3 pair and can now gain their true color of blue. Okay, so that is really cool. So now these are a 2-3 pair. So we have, I mean, digits would be an exaggeration, but we have numbers. And so now the only way this works is if this is a 4, 5, 6 triple leading up to a 7, and we get our first digit dance, official digit dance. So, yeah, I said every 4-cell Rennbahn has a mid. So now what color is mid? I kind of want to do green. Actually, let's do yellow. I think yellow... if you have issues with these colors, let me know. But I think yellow maybe has the best contrast with these and looks thematic or whatever. Where is 1 in row 3? Well, it's not over there. So 1 in row 3 is over here. Ah, beautiful. Okay, so 1 is on this Rennbahn. So this Rennbahn is a 1, 2, 3, 4 Rennbahn. Beautiful, beautiful. And 1 is definitely over there. And so is the 2 or 3 that's up here. So this is for 1, 2, 3. So that's 1, 2, 3. And so this is an 8, 9 pair. And so this is a 6, 7 pair. Gorgeous. So we can write out what this triple is. By the way, these are high by virtue of being 8, 9s. These are low by virtue of being 1, 2, 3s. Let's see. So... yeah, we know exactly what's on the box 1 Rennbahn even. I want to write out what we actually have. These are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are a 1, a 4, and a 5. Now, this can't be a 4 or a 5. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I don't believe that. No, because it could still get out. But this has to be a 4 or a 5. This has to be a 4 or a 5. Because if this is not a 4 or a 5, then it's a 1. Then this 4-5 pair just can't get out. So this is not a 1. So that is a mid, which we have decreed as yellow. It's going to have to get out. Now... okay, and this can't be a 7. Because if this is a 7 now... I can't get yellow down to the only yellows in this box. And this yellow has to escape out into the universe. And it's going to have to escape out into the universe through box 2. And we know where all the yellows are in box 2. So that's a 6. That's a 7. That's a mid. That's a high. Okay, gorgeous. Now, I think exactly the same thing's going to happen with the 4 over here. One of these has to be a 4, which is going to be a mid, and the mids are going to have to connect, because there's going to be some mids up here. They're going to have to get out, so this is going to have to be the 4 to get them out. So that is a mid, and then this is a low. In fact, funnily enough, this digit is that digit. Okay, so now... row 2, column 7 is mid. Yes. Yes, we got there. Okay. So now we are asked to contemplate by Barbie where 1, 2, and 9 are in column 3. 1, 2, and 9. So 1 and 2 can't go on here. 9 can't go on here. So that's beautiful. Okay, that is a very good spot. So where are 1, 2, 9 in this column? They can't go on here because they would break these cells. So this is a 1, 2, 9 triple. And of course, I can't put the 1 and the 9 together. So these have to be 1, 2, and that has to be a 9. I wonder if that was intended, actually. Okay, so these are 3, 4. So now these have to be high, because I have to get high out. And so this is an 8, because that's the only one that's there. Wait, no, what did I do? I broke it. How did I break it? Because I can't put an 8 here without a 7. How are highs getting out of this box? Yeah, something's broken. Oh, wait. Okay, so so I think that there was something wrong. Yeah, this could be a 2. The only thing is, yeah, so 2 could go here. Got it. Okay. All right. So I think we were slightly led astray, but 1 and 9 cannot go here. So it is true that I do need a 1 on one of these and a 9 on the other. So this is extreme. It is either 1, 2, 3 or 9, 8, 7. Not necessarily in that order. Likewise with this one. Okay, so yeah, there's a few different things going on here. Okay, so these cells can't possibly be high because of this, and they can't all be mid. So there is a low on this. I think we argued before that these couldn't be mids. I think we argued that up here. I think that was Afraid Not's beautiful observation. If these are both mids, yeah, then we trap this. So these are not mids. These are either highs or lows, but this can't be a high, so it's a low. Let's put all the grays in. Oh boy, okay. You're just going to be low. You're just going to be low. Let's see. Sam Oswalt has a good point. Now connecting back, where can 8 go in column 3? Okay, well, if both of these are low, there's certainly not a 1 on this Rennbahn. So this is a 9, 8, 7, 6 Rennbahn. And these aren't the 9. Okay, this is not the 1 either. So that's the 1. And so this is a 2-3 pair. I promise to look at Sam's point after I'm done coloring all of these things. That's the last blue for this column, so these are both mids. So these are 4, 5. Oh, there is no 6 here. So these are, in fact, the last highs, and they're not 7. I don't know why those were even colored. We won't talk about it. Those are not 8. Okay, so these are an 8, 9 pair. This is this has got to be a 3 in order for this to possibly work out. Otherwise, this is not a valid Rennbahn. So that's a 2, that's a 3. And so this being a 2 means that's a 2. This is not a 2. Okay, why are 4 and 5 orange? Oh, sorry, 4 and 5 are yellow. Thank you, Tall Cat. Okay, now Sam had a wise point about 8s some time ago that people were encouraging me to look at. Where does 8 go in column 3? I'm going to guess his point led me to get that there was an 8 there. Sorry. I apologize for not getting to your point sooner. Let's see. Okay, so these are not 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Okay. Where is 1 in column 7? So 1 definitely goes on one of these Rennbahn. Let's see. If 1 tries to squeeze its way onto this Rennbahn, does that cause problems? I'm presuming it does. If 1's on here, I'd have to put the 2 there, and these would be a 3, 4. I don't think I see a problem with one going on here. Oh, I just didn't see this 4. There's a 4 in the column. Yes. Yes, 1's not here because there's a 4 in the column that was hiding cleverly in a yellow sweater that someone put it in. So, yes, so there's a 1 over here. So this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 Rennbahn. Which means these are orange by previous work. These are not the 1. These are not the 2 or the 4. So, in fact, they're a 1, 3 pair. So that's a 2, 4 pair. These are low. This is high. It is an 8 or a 9. This is a 7 or an 8. Yeah, this cell has to be yellow, right? There are 2 yellows that have to get out of this box. If this box is not yellow, I put 2 yellows down here. So that's yellow just to get yellows out of their little prison, which I think I can also do over here. Because if I don't make this yellow, then I'm putting yellows down here that can't get out anymore. Let's see. So that's a few yellows floating around, which is cool. Where is 7? Oh, yeah, there's definitely a 7 on here, and it can't go in any of these places. I love Rennbahn. Rennbahn is so cool. So that's a 7. And these are, of course, from 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Yeah, the 6 is going to be yellow. That's how we're getting this yellow out, Rift Clown. 7 in box 9 now. How about, yeah, that 7 looks down, so that's a 9. Okay, and so the 7 now has no choice but to go here and hang out with its orange. So this is, let's see, if I did this Simon way, I'd say that's an 8 and that's a 9. These aren't 9. And so they're not 5 either. They're a 6 and an 8. These are a 5, or this is a 5 or a 6. This is a 4 or a 5. Which gives us a 1, 4, 5 triple in the column out of nowhere. Weird. This is also a 5, 6 yellow. Okay, so I want to write in the rest of this column just based on the fact that I know where 1, 4, and 5 are. Never mind. That's not exciting because there's already a 1, 4, 5 in the box. So I'm basically just saying there aren't a 1, 4, and 5 here. So that's not super exciting. And color most of box 2. Oh, this is not box 2, I realize now. But that's not a 4. I can get that. Okay, so there is a 9 up here somewhere. It feels to me like this could get colored in lots of ways. But I must be missing something. Let's see. These are a 5, a 6, and an 8. By the way, there's 5s that align, so that is the 5. That's a mid. So this is not a 6, by the way. Row 2, column 4 must be blue. Yes, this is the only way for this blue to escape. This blue has to get out, and it has to get out through there. Okay, I agree. Good observation. And so now this cell has to be orange because this orange has to get out. And now the orange here has to get out through this 7, so that has to be orange. And so it is a 7 or an 8. But now this blue still has to connect up here, so that's blue. Okay, this is gorgeous. And now these could go either way, I believe. So 1 or a 3. This is an 8 or a 9. Okay. The 7 in box 2... Sorry, the 7 in box 1 must get to the 7 in box 3. Yeah, we got that, I believe. But now we're left with either combination works, I believe, which is fine because we got a whole bunch of stuff out of it. Yeah, this is a very cool puzzle. What are these? These are 1, 2, 4, 5. Is that right? Yes, that looks right. And I know absolutely nothing about 1, 2, 4, 5. I think that's correct. Lows in box 3 connecting to box 9. Use the triple. Ah, yes, that's right. There is a 1, 4, 5 triple. Remember there is a whole 1, 4, 5 triple? I don't, but that means this is a 2, and that's a 1. And this is yellow, and these two are blue. Thank you for remembering about the triple. So that now means that we've got a 4-5 pair in this column now. So let's see. Blue must get out of box 3 through box 6. I don't think so. Blue's going to connect through here. Blue's already going to be out, right? Because this blue already connects. Oh, no, this blue doesn't. Got it. Okay, yeah, this blue doesn't. Got it. Those blues. Okay, yeah, sorry. I was completely missing that. Great point, everyone. So that blue has to get out. So that is a 2 or a 3. And now... yes, and so now this blue has to escape somehow to its friend, so it's going to have to go through here. And so that's going to be blue. That's going to be orange. This is going to be a 2. That's going to be a 4. Hey, Jessica. Welcome. Let's see. Sam asks to be seen and says that if the 6 in box 4 doesn't touch one of them... Oh, doesn't touch the 6 in box 7, one of them won't connect. Wait, if the 6 in box 4 doesn't touch the box 6 in box... Okay, so I've got to put a 6 in here. Well, I've got to put 3 oranges in here, which are going to have to go 1 per row, right? Hey, Knitting by Franco. Yeah, I probably should just say Franco, but every time I read your name, I only decide afterwards that I should say Franco instead of Knitting by Franco. This 1 over here, while I'm trying to grok Sam's point, gives us a 1 and a 3, which I don't think really does anything, but it's something. Yeah, this orange has to get out through box 8. I agree. But why does... Oh, it's because of the yellow... Okay, 6 is yellow. Somehow in my head this whole time 6 has been high, and I've been trying to understand what was going on. But no, 6 is yellow. So yeah, so I've got to be very careful about what happens with the yellows. So yeah, if I put the 6 here, haven't I already lost? No, because those bounce like that. Never mind. Box 9 has a wrong colored 4. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So the last yellow... But what if this just is the 6? Then doesn't it already connect? Oh, no! Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. I got it. Okay. So, I think I'm thinking about this slightly differently. No, I get it. Okay, yeah. So if this is the 6... I see it now. Okay, if this is the 6, then where does the 6 go? Well, the 6 now has to go here or it won't connect. Great. If this is the 6, where does the 6 go? Well, it has to go here or this cell won't connect. Okay, that is a very gorgeous and very complicated spot, Sam. I appreciate that. Thank you for taking the time to explain it to me. But it does give me an 8 and a 6 over here. Oops. So that is orange, and that is yellow. Okay, so now... Yeah, now these yellows only have one yellow to get out. They can only get out through this cell. So this has to be a 4. Because these yellows have to connect through there. So that gives us a 4 and a 5. Let's see. These are an orange and 2 blues. Let's see. But this orange now has to get out. Wait, no, this orange is connected. I don't have to worry about it. But this has got to be blue, because these blues aren't connected yet. So this is blue, and is a 1, 2, or 3 somehow. But now as far as how the orange and blue go, I think it doesn't matter. 5, 6 pair in column 8. Oh, yes, because this isn't an 8. And so it is yellow. And these can go either way without any problem. Box 4, column 6. Can't have 4 blues. Oh, yeah, can't have 4 blues in column 9. Good point. So that is definitely blue. And so that is orange. So this is 1, 2, 3. This is 8 or 9. Good point. So that is well stated. Okay, so the blues now, these blues escape over here. These 6s escape over here. Now how does yellow get out? Because, yellow could get out here, can't it? Yeah, yellow could still escape here. Yellow is running out of places, because there are no yellows left in this row. So this row has left only a... because the yellow 6 is over here. Okay, so what are these cells? These cells can't be 2 or 3. Can these cells both be orange? That seems unlikely, but I don't think I can immediately disprove it. Let's see. Column 9's 9. Yes, column 9's 9 is there. Listesh says these can't both be orange, which would be great, because then one of them has to be 1 if they can't both be orange. And I would like it if one of them had to be 1, because it would give me a 1 in the grid. Let's see. If these were both orange, what goes wrong? Row 4, column 6 is orange. Sorry, row 4, column 6 is orange. Ah, yes. Okay, yes. This has to be orange, because orange has to get out. These oranges have not yet escaped. So this orange has to get out to connect to the other oranges in the grid. Okay, so this is an 8 or a 9. Okay, and so now the question is, can both of these be orange, which would be all of the oranges for the box. And that would be a problem, because now this orange never connects. So these are not both orange. So one of them is orange, but one of them is blue, and the one that's blue has to be a 1. Because, again, all the yellows are gone. So that's an X-wing on 1s, which was the whole point of all of this discussion. Oh, I don't even know it's an X-wing on 1s. It's not really an X-wing on 1s. It was supposed to be an X-wing on 1s, because I was supposed to know that one of these two is a 1, but I don't actually know that one of these two is a 1. But one of these is a 1. I know that. And one of them is orange. I know that. Yeah, the oranges in box 1 have to connect. I agree. They're going to have to go sneak around through here, but can't they do that basically any way they feel like? I can place 1 in box 6 then. Ah, yes. Okay, good. Tallcat has salvaged my point to make life better. So that's a 1, that's a 3, that's a 1. Sadly, it was not the most helpful, but hey, it's something. Row 7, column 2 has to be orange. Oh, right. Because otherwise there's no way for orange to get out. That was the... Okay, so this is orange. This is yellow. This is 7. And this is 6. So that's 6. And is the last yellow. And so this had better be orange, huh? Because these oranges need to get through. So this is 7 or 9. Let's see. Yeah, we definitely have a 2-3 pair here. I don't think it's an interesting 2-3 pair, but we have one. Let's see. So this... Oops. Orange has to... So the yellow has to now connect over through one of these... Oh, no, the yellow could still connect through there. That would be fine. Box 2... Yeah, box 2 and column 5. Yeah, that was the point. Directionary is that these can still be 1s. I just hadn't pencil marked them. Yeah, Riff Clown wanted this to be a skyscraper, which would be awesome, but sadly not a skyscraper. If only. So one of these is an orange, and one of them is a blue. And the one that's a blue is a 2. But I don't think that helps me much. There does have to be a 9 down here, but I don't think that helps me much. Row 6 is full on yellow. Yeah, row 6 is full on yellow. So row 6 needs a blue 1 and an orange 7 or 9. But couldn't yellow get out this way? So yeah, yellow can't get out here. That's a good point. But I think yellow can still get out either of these ways. Oh, no. Yellow can't go down here, because if yellow goes down here, then it's never going to connect back up here. Wait, no, it could do some nonsense like that. Or, I mean, it doesn't even have to do that. It could just do that, even. Row 6. Oh, yeah, row 6. Okay, that's the point. Yeah, I can't put another yellow in this row. And so if I try and go down here, I still have to make it up here, and I can't make it up through row 6. Okay, so yeah, so agree with Lestash's point. Yellow has to go here in order for this yellow to make it out. So this is 4 or 6. So these yellows all now connect. So all of our yellows so far connect. Interestingly, this cell has to be yellow, right? Because there's going to be yellows in this box, and the only way the yellows in this box are going to connect is through this cell. So that's a yellow, and it's the last yellow for its column. So this is a 4, 5, or 6. And it's a 5, in fact, just by the row. So that's not a 5. Row 8, column 5 must be yellow. Row 4, column 5 is yellow. Let's see. Well, I do know I need a yellow in here, because I have not yet put 5 in this row. So there is a 5 in here. Based on yellow sudoku. Ah, yes, this is a 4, 6 pair. I'm not sure what 4, 6 pair we... Where's the last yellow in row 4? Well, it's... Ah, yes. Last yellow in row 4. Thank you. That is a Zeta-friendly way to put it. Yeah, so the last yellow in row 4 does not go here, and so I need a third yellow. Somehow in this column, I just keep... somehow in this puzzle, I just keep refusing to count to 3. I don't know why. So one of these is orange and one of them is blue. And one of these is orange and one of these is blue. But I don't think the order matters at all. I think there's probably a combination I could write down that wouldn't work. Okay, so now the last yellow here is a 5. And so it's in one of these 2 cells. Let's see. Row 8, column 5 is yellow, because there are 2 more yellow in box 8. It must be connected to 5. And row 7 and column 4 are full of yellows. Okay, so the row 7... Yeah, row 7 and column 4. Okay, so these are not yellow by Sudoku. And so it's pointed out, where are these yellows connecting? They must connect through here. So I agree with Listesh. This is yellow. This is a 4 or a 6, which gives us a 5 up here. It's not a 5. And now the last yellow has to be here, right? That's the only place that the yellow can go, because we have all our yellows in all the other rows. And we have all the yellows in these columns. So that is another yellow. It is another 4, 6. Yep, agree. That's a 4, 6. Okay. Where am I now trying to avoid problems? Let's see, I can place 5 in box 5. Ah, yes, I can. Okay, great. That's a 5 and is yellow. That seems very helpful. Let's see. Okay, now this blue is finding a harder... This blue is going to have a hard time connecting now if I'm not careful. So the easy way is for blue to connect through here. What if blue tries not to connect through there? Then I'm going to need to do, I think, exactly that, which seems like it would surely break something. Yes, it would definitely break something because of that. So let me convince myself of this. If this is not blue, this blue has to connect, and it has to connect by going through here, and it has to make it up to here. But now these 2 rows are full of blue, so I'd have to put the 3rd blue down here somewhere. But now I've made both of these orange, and that's too many oranges. So this does have to be blue, and is a 1. Probably chat found a smarter way to do that, I'm going to guess. So these 2 are orange. Let's see. So... this 1 comes up here and gives us a 2 and a 3 and a 2 and a 3 and a 2. Let's see. These are a 7 and 8. Blue's in column 6. Yes, blue's in column 6. That is a smart way to see that. So this is a 1. This is a 2. Let's see. This row needs an orange. It needs an orange 8, in fact. Let's see. This is a 7 or a 9. I don't think I know which one yet. Let's see. We need oranges to finish off this column. So what are they? They need to be... Well, this one's a 9. This one's a 7. So that one's an 8. That's a 7. That's probably going to start breaking us into figuring out what's going on here once and for all. Because now that's not an 8, so that is an 8. So that's orange. And that is yellow. Okay, so that is our last... So one of those. So that's a 4. This is a 1. That's a 5. So yellow, blue. That's a 3. This is a 9. And so that's a 1. Okay, gorgeous. So the 3 now in this row goes here. The 9 goes here. That's not a 9. That's a 9. Which is going to give us the 8 and the 9. Which is going to give us a 7. This is a 7, by the way, just by Sudoku. Let's see. This is not blue or yellow, so it's orange. This is not orange or yellow, so it's blue. This is not orange or yellow, so it's blue. And now we're done with the coloring, so now we can probably just write in digits. So that's an 8. That 5 means that's a 4. That's a 5. That 4 means that's a 6, and that's a 4. That 6 means that's a 5, and that's a 6. That 6 means that's a 5, and that's a 6. This 4 means that's a 6, and that's a 4. This 4 means that's a 6, and that's a 4. And that's a 3. And there we're done. Thank you very much for the puzzle. Much appreciated. Let's see. What can we do to wrap up? I think we can probably do... let's try and do a little bit of puzzling to wrap up. So So we're going to come back and we're going to do some puzzling. I'm going to take a short break, but post in the chat if you have a favorite kind of pencil puzzle for me to attempt, and I may attempt it. If not, I will just pick something. But I will be back just in a second. Alrighty, welcome back. Uh, let's see. The chat is insisting that I missed a digit somewhere in this grid. I'm looking for it. Let's see. If I did what I did last time, I would just come back here and then fill a 0 in here and then move on. But I'll be nice. Let's see. So I think this is a 2. There we go. I don't think I did, Aaron. Oh boy, that is quite a statement. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. So I'm looking for what everyone. People said. All right. The logic app I have calls it light bulbs. I think that's Akari. Let's see. Okay. Okay, there's a request for Heyawake, so I'm going to try Heyawake and be bad at it. But let's see. Let's try to do difficulty 3 Heyawake, which I can occasionally do myself. Occasionally. Okay, this one looks reasonable. I'm going to put the link in the chat. By the way, I would love it if anyone knows if Heyawake is the correct pronunciation. There was some debate about this during my my Puzzles of the Year list. Let's see. Does this show up? This does not quite show up. How about that? There we go. Okay. So here are the rules of... I mean, maybe it was never meant to be pronounced. Who knows? Here are the rules of Heyawake. So I've got this giant grid, and I need to shade some cells and green some cells. And in fact, every cell must be shaded or green. And I'm never allowed to shade adjacent cells, so I can't do that. That is terrible, and I am not allowed to do it. So I am allowed to diagonally shade things, however. You're welcome. It was a great puzzle. Thank you. I greatly enjoyed that. So we can try, we can do things like this. This is fine. Now, the little things here, the link does not work. Did the link work for anyone? The link didn't work for me. Okay, let's see. Let's try again. If I paste that, will that work? Link broken. Okay, well, here's what you can do. If for whatever reason that link's not working, you can go to Puzzlink and you can search for difficulty 3 Heyawake, and this will be your first hit. That is the best I can do for you, I'm afraid. Tristan can do that and attempt to see if he can make a link work, because it did not work for me. Fail to import puzzle data or URL. Okay, I will put Tristan on it and see if he can do it, but we'll attempt to do this. So rules of Heyawake. So we've talked about shading. The number of cells you need to shade is equal to the number in the room. So this is a 3, so I need to shade 3 of these cells. And so just to verify, this is the only way I can shade 3 cells while following the rules of things I've said so far. Okay, so that is forced just by the rules I've said so far. But there are more rules, because there are always more rules. The next rule is that I have to make all the green cells connect. So I think you're supposed to imagine that this is someone's house, and you're walking around it, because I think it's usually phrased as you need to be able to walk between all the green spaces or something like that. At least that was how it was first explained to me. So I need to avoid doing something like this. Oh, it's screwing up the link because of slashes. Yeah, I don't know how to fix that. You might be able to get a link to the Twitter post. Do people want a link to the Twitter? Let's see if I can do that. Okay, we're going to try. Suddenly I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, here's the link to the Twitter post, maybe, possibly. Let's try that. Does that link work? Night, SPQ. Excellent. Okay, so we have found a way for me to get this. And that also, I suppose, helps me actually attribute that this is by the person whose Twitter that is, pretanaraka. I am probably not saying that right. But I will do my best. So I can't do this, because now this green cell I can't get anywhere else, because when I'm walking, I can only walk orthogonally. Okay. And then all of those rules show up in a million variations in a million different puzzles. The Heyawake one specifically, the one that is Heyawake-esque, is that I'm never allowed to do this, where I have a string of green cells that cross room boundaries. More than one. So this string of green cells crosses 2 room boundaries. That is too many. So I can have at most 1 room boundary crossing and 1 contiguous string of green. The pinned link shows a different Heyawake. Oh no. This is what happens when I don't have my Tristan to try and organize what is going on. Help. I need an adult. Let's see. How about that? Does that link work? Who knows? Okay, well, those are the rules. I'm going to try and solve it. We'll try and find a good We're going to try and find a good system of translating from puzzlink links to links that paste in chat in a way that works for everyone. But I fear if we try and do that now, it's going to take more time than I have to stream a couple Heyawakes. Okay, so this is all forced. And now I think it was Zone to explain to me, like, the thing you have to think about always is, okay, what are the common ways of doing certain things and what are they force? So this 3 in 2x3, this is a common number. And so there are only two ways to fill a 3 in 2x3. There's that way, and there's this way. Those are the only options. Now, I want to look at, if I make this shape, then I'm not allowed to put a cell in either of these two places that I have just greened. This one, because it's adjacent to the black, and this one because this is green and needs to get out. But if I go the other direction, these two cells also end up green. This one, again, because of the black it's adjacent to, and this one because this green has to get out. So the secret to doing this is to note that regardless of which of those two options I pick for this 3 cells in 2, these are always green. The same goes for these two cells around the same shape. Now, this one's actually even better, because here, if I look at these two shapes, actually, there's an additional space of commonality, namely this cell and this cell are always going to be green as well. And that's because we're now up against an edge. And like in all of these puzzles, you want to be up against an edge because then you can make more powerful deductions. So up against an edge, actually, those are also forced to be green. Okay, so we've got a collection of green cells that we need to do something with. Okay. Now, we have now entered the end of the list of things Zeta knows how to do from rote by looking at a Heyawake puzzle. So now we have to be more creative. So one thing I'm going to notice is that of these two cells, and unfortunately there's no way for me to select cells and highlight, so I'm just going to move back and forth. One of these has to be shaded, and of these two cells, one of these has to be shaded. And so that's interesting. Oh, Ambrose sees something in the top left. That looks to be up here where something is happening. Let's see. Okay, so can I green this cell? I think, unfortunately, I can. So the thing I'm expecting, just so you know the what I'm looking for, this 3 has two ways of going. There's this way and the other way. I'm expecting... Oh, in fact, I can prove it. Okay, I can prove it. Okay, so here, that this is exactly a combination of these two things. So one of these two cells is shaded. One of these two cells is shaded. That means if I do this, it breaks. Because actually, regardless of which of these two is shaded, in whichever combination, I've isolated this whole chunk up here. So I can never do this arrangement because I've isolated the top left. And so I can't do that orientation. I have to do this orientation. This is a thing I always look for, too, is almost always if there's going to be a long string of black cells, that's not the right solution. Because long strings of black cells tend to break connectivity. Okay. Now we get to do a free shade here because of the line of sight rule. Because if this were green, I'd be able to see through two boundaries. So that's not green, it's it's black. Okay, so that's now black. So now that's green. Now this cell is black, again, just by the border rule, as people are calling it. And now, because of the fact that this 3 only has 2 ways of doing it, we've now eliminated one of those, and so now this has to look like that. Let's see. Now this has to be shaded. So we're getting all of these all of a sudden. One of the trickiest things for me about Heyawake is always, am I looking for something complicated, or am I looking for a place where there are literally 2 strings of green cells in a row where I can just place a black without even thinking about it? Okay, this cell now cannot be black, because if this cell is black, I have now, because again, I don't know how it works, but up here there is a wall, effectively. If I blacken this cell, I've now isolated the left half of the grid, so that must be green. And now I have to do 2 more shaded cells in a 2x2. And just like 3 in a 2x3, there's only 2 ways to do 2 and 2x2. They're that way and that way. But if you squint, one of those doesn't work in this particular case. And that's because we're against a border again. And so because we're against a border, this does not work. Because it would isolate this cell. So these 2 are shaded, those are unshaded. Now, for the same reason, I would now isolate the left half of the grid if I shaded this cell. So this cell can't be black. Okay. Now, here's another fun application of our 2x2 and 3 rule. If this cell is green, then which of the 2 types of 3 and 2x3 am I supposed to do? And so I think fancy people call this subdivision, where I'm sort of imagining now I still have to put 3 in, but because these 2 are green, I'm now really doing my 3 shaded cells in a 2x3 region again. Am I going to do that one? Or am I going to do that one? Well, both of them immediately break. And this is, again, because of the edge case, where now I'm against the edge, so I've isolated this cell, so that doesn't work. Now I'm against the edge, and so this cell is isolated. Okay, so I can't make this cell unshaded. So I have to make it shaded, which is going to shade both of those on either side. Now this, again, can't be shaded, because if this was shaded, I've now lopped off the left half of the grid again. And so now I have to do 2 and a 2x2 again. And again, if I do this diagonal combination, then that does not work. So I have to do this diagonal combination. That one comes up all the time also in these, is the 2x2 in a corner, where one combination will cause it to break. Now, Ambrose points out exactly the same logic happens up here. If this is unshaded, then I have to make this 3 in 2x3. I have to make it either that, which doesn't work, or that, which doesn't work. So that is not unshaded. That is shaded, which means that's unshaded. And now notice this really intricate path, and this is quite common, where I have to sort of snake all around here in order to connect, but it is still connected. Hey, Glum Hippo. Now, just for connectedness sake, these 2 need to be green as well. And now I have to put 2 in a 3x1, which I can only do like that. And so this is now green by adjacency. Okay, and so we've got all kinds of things. This is green, again by connectedness. And so now you should know we have 3 to do in a 2x3, and so there's 2 ways to do that. There's that one, and there's this one. Now this is slightly trickier to see, but that one's broken because it breaks connectivity. I've now lopped off. Now I've actually sort of lopped off the top right corner if I do it that way. So I have to not do it that way. I have to do it the other way. Okay. Now this cell needs to get out, so that needs to be green. This top region now has to do 3 and 2x3 again. So again, it has to go that way. If it makes you feel better, I'm not good at Heyawake. Now this green needs to get out. Now we have a border rule because they have 2 greens in a row. So that goes there. This can't be shaded because it would isolate this piece. This can't be shaded because that would isolate this piece. Now this string of greens needs a black there to fix it. Oh, excellent. Glad you made it through Kodama. Okay, so now there's probably a border rule to finish this. Oh, there we go. Okay, there it is. That needs to be shaded to avoid a list. It's so hard to see the border rule for me. I don't know why. This has to be green because, again, it would break the connectivity if it wasn't. But now this has to be black because there's this long line going this way that if I make this green, I would see. And so that is a Heyawake. Let's try and do another, though I warn you, you've now learned every trick about Heyawake that I know. So let's see. So there was another one posted here. Okay, so I think if I copy-pasted it, I think this is probably the one that Tristan copy-pasted before. Does that link work if I just copy it and paste it out of the browser thing? Let's try that. And oh boy, this one is going to be a lot harder. For me, at least. No, that one doesn't work. Okay, so can you redo the one you did before, Tristan? I will pour tea on myself, as I usually do. Okay. So this 5 is going to be our interesting point of focus here. I think this 5 is where the most restriction is. So let's imagine a world where I shade this cell. So I'm actually going to put this in trial mode. And I will say in advance, I do not know if this is going to work, but I think it is. Let's imagine a world where I shade this cell. So now all of these are automatically unshaded. Now I still need to shade... I still need to shade how many more cells? I still need to shade 4 more cells. Well, I can shade at most 3 cells down here. But if you look closely, I actually can't shade 3 cells down here. Notice this is a string of 5. I'm thinking of this as being sort of a line of 5 where I have to place one every other. I can't actually fit 3 down here. I can only fit 2 down here. Oops. But now, because I can only fit 2 down here, I can I now have to put 2 up here. But that breaks. And this is all a very long-winded way of saying this cell is not shaded. So can we do that again? I'm going to guess it's going to work the same way if we try and do this one being shaded, but let's try it. And so I think part of the point of being good at Heyawake is that you're supposed to be able to visualize this. So I could only fit 2 up here. So I would have to do both of those, which would force this and this and this. And now, assuredly, we're broke. Because there's no possible universe where I can... there's no way I can possibly finish this 5 now. Because if I were to make this green, and I'm not going to go into a sub trial, but if I were to make this green, now I can fit at most 4 pretty clearly. So I'd have to make that gray, but now this can't be. And so I'd have to get that one to be gray. And anyway... Oh, is it going to work? I'm going to be really sad if this works. So that's gray. No, because I still need 3 here, right? Don't I end up with that? That doesn't work. For this this 5 and 3 by 4 one. So I think there's supposed to be a smart way to figure this out. Let's see. It isolates green in the top left box. Okay, I want to try and understand what people are saying about it isolating. Sorry, because I think probably there's a smarter way to see this than the way I just outlined, which is bad. So I can only put 2 up here. Yeah, there's so a lot of this is learning ways to see ahead far enough that it's not sort of bifurcating. But if you go by Mark's definition that it's bifurcating, if you can't see it in your head, then sort of being able to see these things in your head requires that sort of honing up that skill. Okay. Try umlaut shape. So oh, here. Okay, so well, I proved I can't put 3 up here, because if I do this, I've isolated this cell. So I can only put 2 in this string of 5, which means as soon as I shade this cell, I'm forced to do that, which then forces all of the rest of what we did. Okay, so let's see. So we're trying to think about, okay, how are we going to do this smarter? So we're thinking about, okay, so now there has to be a shaded cell down here. At least one. Okay, so let's imagine for a second that only one of these cells is shaded. I notice I've just screened them all, but I don't have access to all my fancy colors and selecting. Let's imagine only one of these is shaded. If that's true, that forces exactly this arrangement. Because this is another standard thing, is to sort of look at what happens when I have 4, but in a 3 by 3 square. And so that would be fine, though, because I could have that one. So if I can have one of these shaded, and it would be that one. Okay, so this is one valid shape. This is the valid shape that is forced the second I decide I'm only going to shade one cell out of the bottom row. And then I'm going to end up with this shape, which makes me feel like I'm playing Conway's Game of Life or something. Okay. But let's say we instead decide we want to put 2 at the bottom row. Does this break immediately? So now I have to fit 3 up here. It was listed as difficulty 3, but you have to keep in mind there's the same bias on Puzzlink difficulty rating as there is on Logic Masters Germany difficulty rating, which is that it's being rated by experts. And so, quote unquote, standard expert techniques tend to get low difficulty ratings. And so that can cause some problems with figuring out, that can cause some, yeah, that can mean that if you don't know the trick, then the puzzle can be quite difficult. So a lot like something like, oh, you've got a Sudoku puzzle and it's got a swordfish in it. So if you know what a swordfish is, the puzzle's pretty easy. But if you've never heard of a swordfish before, your odds of solving the puzzle are pretty low. Okay, so now as being pointed out by Alvaro, if I make this cell green, that doesn't work. Because now I have to do the 3 and 2 by 3, and that's not going to work. So that has to be shaded. Okay, and so now I can't shade that because of reasons. Because it would break connectivity. And so now I have to put 2. Difficulty 1 if you know the solve path. Perfect. I will... I'll start listing that on my LMD pages. Okay, and so now this can't be shaded, because if this cell is shaded, then it forces me to shade that cell, and then that breaks. So we'll undo that. So that cell is unshaded, which now means this cell is definitely shaded. And now I think this actually works either way. So this cell could be shaded, or this cell could be shaded. I'm not sure which. Okay, but we've decided that there are basically two patterns. There's this pattern, in which we have this sort of chevron-shaped thing at the bottom. And then the other pattern was this one, in which we have this chevron shape at the bottom. And then these two up here. And so one key feature of that is that it's always the case, regardless of which of those patterns, that these two are unshaded. Okay, so we have actual shading. These two cells are definitely unshaded. There's this pattern with these two. And then there's this pattern with these and one of these two, but I don't know which of these two. But we've proved from first principles that these are the only ways you can organize this. Because we showed there can't be 0 shaded cells in these three. If there's 1 shaded cell, we proved it had to be that one. And if there's 2 shaded cells, we had proved it had to be the other one. So we don't know which, but in one of the patterns, we don't know which of these is shaded. Okay, and now these two unshaded cells are certainly very, yeah. So now we have another interesting thing, because now I can break this box of 5 into 2 pieces. So this is a square, so it can only have 2, so it always looks like that, or like that. And this is our 3 and 2. So I'm sort of mentally splitting this into 2 rectangles. One of those rectangles is a 2x2 square, where I understand perfectly what both of the possibilities are. And one of these is a 2x3 rectangle, which I need to place 3 things in, where I understand what the possibilities look like. Now, let's start with a 3x2, because the thing we proved last puzzle, was that actually whenever you put 3 in a 2x3 rectangle like this, these are always unshaded. But now I have to go back to the fact that I need to put 2 in this region, which has to now look like this. So we have actual shading bits. And now I have to put 3 in. Oops. So now I have to put 3 in. And so now the only way that works is that one. And so we get all of that. And now this 2 is forced, because now this 2 can't go that way. That would lock off the corner, so it always goes that way. Now we have a border rule. That green and that green can't continue into that spot, so that is shaded. Let's see. This can't be shaded because of because it would lop off that. Okay. Suddenly we're making at least a little bit of progress. Now is enough for us to know which pattern for the 5 happens, because this pattern definitely does not work. So the pattern that this 5 up here has to be this one. And so we get this shape. And now that's unshaded, and this has to be unshaded because it otherwise would isolate this plus sign. Okay. And so this just all sort of fell into place once we understood that the commonality was these two cells being unshaded. Because once we understood that, everything just sort of fell back into our first principles so far. Okay, so now we probably should look at this 5, which is going to be very precarious. I can fit at most 3 over here. That's not good enough. I can't fit 3 in this 2x3 because it's up against a border. Yeah, I can't fit 3 here because it would isolate something. So in this little 2x3, I maybe should try and do this in Penpa or something. I'm not sure. Just so that I can highlight what I'm talking about, because I feel like this is difficult to follow with me trying to mouse over it. But this 2x3 can't have 3 in it, which means it can have a maximum of 2. And so because this has a maximum of 2, that means I need to fit 2 outside of it, which means that one definitely is shaded. Now this can't be shaded, and now I have to fit 3 over here. This, by the way, is definitely unshaded because of connectivity. So now this is a 3 in 2x3, and I don't know which one, but I do know this is unshaded, and I do know this is unshaded. Again, by the commonalities, it's worked out nicely that I've gotten to use the commonality thing for 3x2 and 3 several times. The experts will know the commonalities for lots of combinations of things. Okay. Now, this 3... now I can look at as, okay, I can fit at most 1 down here, so I have to fit 2 up here. So it's either going to be a cross like that or a cross like that, both of which green that cell. Let's see. Do I know any more than that? Let's see. I'm trying to visualize what if either of these do anything interesting. Yeah, one of them fails. Okay, which of them fails? Does this fail? Or does this fail? Oh, both of them green this cell. That cell's always green, which is, I think, what Sam A just noticed. And so this is always black. Regardless of which way I do this. Okay. This cell. Nope, I lied. Don't listen to me, I'm just a zeta. Let's see. So... fails for the 5. Oh, okay, that's right. Okay, so if this, if this goes like this, sorry, yeah, I somehow in my brain had already just dumped the part about this. But remember, this either looks like this, or looks like this. And so I can't, in either of those instances, do that. So this is broken for both of those. So it's not that. So it's this. Very nice spot. Yep. So now we know what the 5 does, because now if the 5 did do this, it would break. So the 5 has to do this instead. Okay. So now what am I supposed to know about 7 in a 4x4? That seems like a nightmare. So here's a point, I guess. In a 2x4, I can fit at most 4 cells. So I can sort of mentally break this into a 2x4 and another 2x4. Now, what does a 2x4 look like? A 2x4 always looks like this or like this. It's sort of a generalization of the 2x3 with 3. Now, one of these 2x4s has to have 4 in it, and I just showed you it can't be the top one. So this absolutely does not look like this or like this. So in fact, there are 3... Yep, we can call this the last puzzle. I think this has been challenging enough and exciting enough. There have to be exactly 3 shaded cells in this 2x4 and exactly 4 shaded cells in this 2x4. And so now I want to think about the commonality thing again. Because my 4 in this 2x4 is again going to look either like that or like that. And in both instances, these 2 cells are always going to be green, regardless of which of those it does. Okay, so that is one commonality. Now, so now also these 2 have to be green, I should have noted, for the same reason. Again, sorry, I didn't actually know that was green. Let me make sure I don't suddenly screw myself up with pencil marks. These have to be green because, again, my 2 options are that and that, which, again, because of the connectivity here, is really putting an extra green out. Okay, and so now I have to fit 3 cells up here, and I can't use both of these. Let's see. Okay, so... but I have to use one of them. The bottom 5 must come out. Let's see. This part. Oh, the bottom 5. Yes. Okay, sorry. Yes, this can't be shaded for that. Got it. Thank you. Thank you, likewise. That will make life a little bit easier. Okay, row 5, column 4. Row 5, column 4, connectivity. Sorry, row 5, column 4. This has to connect. Okay, so are we saying that doesn't work? Yeah, okay, so that doesn't work. Okay, I can only see this in a complicated way, but this doesn't work. Because I have to put 3 cells in this string of cells. Up here, in the upper 2x4, remember. And in the upper 2x4, if I don't put one of them in one of the 2 ends, then I'd have to put 3 and 4, and that's never going to work. So I have to shade one of the ends. And I'm not shading this end, obviously, so I'd have to shade that end. And so now, if I do that, I now have forced myself to not be able to finish. I can't put 2 more shaded cells up here because of connectivity, because I've almost broken the connectivity here. So that does not work. So it's not that way, it's the other way. Now, did chat have... I think I misread something, so I think row 4, column 5, chat was looking at. Let's see if this was... another way to see it is as 2x2s. So, yeah, this 2x2, either of which having 2 in will break. So you're saying this breaks because I can't put 2. Yeah, that's a really nice way to see it. Instead of looking at this as a whole 3 business, subdivide it again. So subdivide it into this 2x2 and this 2x2, each of which can certainly accommodate at most 1, and so I can't get to 7. So I do this. That is an excellent way to say it, Sam. Okay, so now I have to put 3 up here, and now there's absolutely no choices about how I put 3. This is just putting 3 and 5, which is how we opened the first puzzle, actually. Now, this has to get out. That's next to a black. There's assuredly going to be a border rule somewhere. Oh, now I have to put 2 in this 3x1 region, so that has to be that. This would assuredly break connectivity if I shaded it. This would break connectivity if I shaded it. And now I have 3 to put in a 2x5. And there we go. That is how to Heyawake. Nice puzzle. This one was tricky for me. I'm not so good, but it was tricky. But it felt like all of it, except maybe the 5s. I think there's something with the 5s that was much simpler than what I was trying to make it out to be. Like maybe you're supposed to subdivide these 5s into 3x2s and think about that somehow or something. Yeah, I think so. I think that's it. So I think this 5, I think if we started by subdividing it into a 2x3 and a 2x3, we'd realize we could only put 2 up here. So we have to put 3 down here. And that immediately tells us that this cell's green because of the commonalities of 2x3s, and that one too. And so actually there is a 10-second proof that is no harder than anything else we did in this puzzle that those 2 cells are green, which is where we started this whole thing. So yeah, that was it. We're supposed to subdivide this into 2 2x3s rather than exhausting over possible ways of filling this out. And then noting that these 2 cells were always green. Yeah, so subdivision, very strong. Alrighty, well, let's leave it there for tonight. We'll be back streaming again on Wednesday. If you haven't seen my Puzzles of 2021 video, it is out now. Many of you in the audience are name dropped in it, so you can look forward to that if you have not seen it yet. Coming soon will be a co-op solve by Tristan and I of dynamic duos. It's already recorded, so don't worry. We did successfully solve it, although you can decide for yourself after seeing it how successful we should claim it was. Remember, if you're interested in more Schrodinger puzzles, I have 2 of them now. One up on LMD is Arca. The other is Kodama, which will be on LMD soon, but you can get it on the Sudoku Solvers Discord. It's already posted there. It's also posted in testing on Discord Puzzle Archive, but enough people have tested it. It's fine. You can do it. You can have faith. I'll put it on LMD soon. Thank you so much to all of you who support the stream through Patreon, through putting likes, through telling other people about the channel or whatever. It really helps. I greatly appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you all very soon. Have a great evening.